evening, everybody. How we doing? Can you believe we beat Final Fantasy 1 through 6? 'Cause I can't. How the hell? How did that happen? When did that happen? It's wild. Let's see if the camera works. Yes! Haha! Nice. What's up, Dax? What's up, Mist? How you doing, guys? See if we can get a bit of background there for the text for the moment. Still don't know why YouTube doesn't highlight the messages. It's still very strange to me. I need to lower the volume a little bit. Well, there you go. Rain today, a little less hot, so that's good. Hey, nice. Good shit. GG finishing FF6, still working on a video on the Doom Gaze part. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah. I didn't realize how long that stream was going to be, so, yeah. Kind of just blitzed forward, and, yeah. I think we did pretty well, to be honest. Got a real long stream out of that one, so that was nice. So, yeah, almost hit 10 hours. Like, it's not something I usually do when I'm not playing, like, Path of Exile, because if I'm streaming Path of Exile, I can go forever, because it's not much reading involved, you know? What's up, Max Robo? That's the name I haven't seen in a while. Damn, what's up? Good luck with the Pixel remasters. I just beat them all. So if you want to watch that, they are here on the channel. But yeah, I just wrapped up Final Fantasy VI. So what we're going to be doing tonight is, first of all, we're going to be looking at all the summons, because I haven't seen all of them. Didn't use all of them, which is dumb and stupid, but you know, everyone's got to have a brand. So we're going to watch all the summons, because we didn't see all of them. We are going to redo the final fight of Final Fantasy VI, because we blew through that one. And we want to give it its moment in the sun, really. So we're going to spend a few minutes to redo that. And then we're going to do a final ranking in a tier list sort of fashion, where we talk about all 6 of the games and then place them where I feel like they deserve to go in the great ranking of letters. That is a grading system, I guess. So that is how we're going to be wrapping it up tonight. And then I'm actually going to leave you guys hanging for a week before we start Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger begins Monday next week. And until then, I'm going to be doing my best to actually get videos out on the Final Fantasy games that we have played. Because, yeah, I've been really slacking with recording. Well, not recording. I've been doing that. Problem is I'm running out of space, and I've been slacking with editing. So, goal is to at least have the first Final Fantasy video be out before Monday. So, a summary of the entire playthrough, anywhere between 15 and 60 minutes. I don't know how long it's going to end up being, but that's the window I'm allowing myself for now. Did you get the 2 treasures from Nars, the 2 requiring lock to unlock the doors? Yes. Yeah. Like, all of these games were 100% runs. We did everything. Unless there's, like, some... In some of the earlier games, there might have been some, like, hidden conversation or lure thing that I might have missed. But outside of that, we've done 100% runs. We've gotten everything. We've opened all the chests, gotten all hidden items. The only thing we didn't do in the end was that damn 256 battles to get the Paladin shield. I tried, but I have no idea how close I was. So if anybody wants to go back and count every fight we had Celeste in, towards the end there, you know, tell me how close we were. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing tonight. And I've been sitting here No, I did not acquire a Celestiad. No, because it would have meant I would have to abandon the accessory I had, which I would rather have the accessory. And like, based on the performance of the party at the end of the game, I feel fine about not acquiring a Celestiad. It was actually mental how much we just blew through everything at the end, which is why we're going to be refighting, you know, the whole situation at the end of 6 tonight. I don't know where my other saves are at. Like, if we want to, we could maybe redo all 6 final boss fights. Maybe that would be fun. But I don't know if I have good saves for all of them. So that would be a problem. What I have done, though, in prep for this stream is that I've gone through all of the soundtracks for the 6 games to find the songs I feel stand out or are important to each game, and then remove all the others from the playlist. So I went from like 300 something songs for 6 games to 109. So still, it's a long playlist, but I culled like 200 tracks. So I did that. It took a while. And then I went through all the games to take notes. So I went through like all the characters, systems the game's introduced, jobs introduced in which game. I went through all 6 bestiaries to be like, okay, when did these monsters show up? So that I know when we talk about them. So I have notes. I've been working. Just building up to this. Yeah. But yeah, like overall, yeah. Overall, this has been a very, very enjoyable experience, and I've you know, enjoyed every minute. Yeah. I can't say enough good things about these games. They are really good. Now, some of them might not be as good as the others, which is why we're gonna have a tier list. But in general, I've really enjoyed every second spent here, because, like, how can you not? I've gotten to see the origin of a lot of stuff I know from 14, being mainly a 14 player, closing in on 6,000 hours, which is dumb. But getting to see the origin of so many things that I know, and finding out just how much of that game is just paying homage to earlier games is actually wild. Hold on a second. The more I'm looking at the... Hold on. Can I do this? Yeah. The more I'm looking at this, the more annoyed I am. There we go. Flip the camera. Now we're good looking. Man, I can't, like, I have so many things I want to say about these games, but I don't even know where to begin. They've been so much fun. Any of you guys have a favorite of the ones we have played now at this point? Because I'm still battling it out between 5 and 6 in my head. I enjoyed the gameplay of 5 so much. Like, a surprising amount. But 6 had the story. You know? 5 has a good story, but it's nowhere near as good as 6. But 6 has like a huge party, which is like a little messy compared to the job system of 5, you know? 6 has always been my hardcore favorite, but I love 5 doing 4 job fiesta runs. I will partake in that. Is it like every May or something like that? So next time that happens, I will for sure be taking part in it, because yeah, 5 was great. June. Okay. Well, 11 months to go. But yeah, I will for sure be partaking next year. Because 5 It's an incredible game. So I will for sure be there next year. I don't remember this song. What is this? Oh, ending theme. I was like, I went through all these and listened to them. What? Why don't I know this one? But yeah, it's the end theme of one. But yeah, how do we feel? Should we just dive straight into watching the summons? Like, how we feeling? Let me see here if we can find a good video for it. So this is something I haven't prepared. Where are all my tabs? Here we go. I almost instinctively wrote FFXIV, which is Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster All Summons. Here we have a video from DNKA. Not DNKA. DNKA. It looks like it's all of them. Video made a video made to convince Square Enix to support FF1 through 6 as a bundle to consoles. Didn't they do that? Was it only on PC? Before console? Like, It is on console. Maybe it wasn't at the beginning. I don't know. Let me see here. That's 1. That's 3 because everyone's a frog. That's 4. Okay, so it's just 3 and 4. No, it's just 4. Okay. Oh. Here we go. 3 all summons. 4 all summons. 5 all summons. And 6 all summons. There we go. 4 through 6 came out with added cinematics on the PS1. Oh. Ah. Okay. Well, shall we just dive into this? How we feeling? I'm gonna turn off the background there. And because, you know, because there are no summons in 1 and 2, we start with 3. So let me just prepare this. This is a little messy, sorry guys. Damn. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. And that's that one. Okay. I think we're good to go here. Doo-doo-doo. There was also Final Fantasy Origin. That was FF1, FF2 with added cinematics on the PS1 as well. Really? Well, that's cool. Okay. Screen cap. Ooh, look at me. I'm so so large on this screen. But I guess that's fine. Like, we're not... We're gonna minimize me a little bit. Okay. Well, even though we played through all 6 pixel games, I didn't really see every single summon. So let's go back and watch all of them from 3 to 6, shall we? A 1, a 2, 3. Starting with the Chocobo, of course. Oh, escaping from combat. Yeah, yeah. Isn't that just the same as the first one? Am I missing something there? Okay. Shiva, very nice. It's weird seeing it with the smooth text. Okay. Mesmerize. What did that do? Huge AoE, we love that. It's that good shit. Ramu, the Lord of Levin. My favorite out of the core 6. Mind Blast, okay. The actual like text looking like this is really taking me out. Like, it's very strange to look at this after having the like old school like pixely text through all 6 games. It's really strange. Judgment Bolt, classic. Love it. Right, Ifrit can heal. Forgot about that. Hellfire. So you casted both of those with, what, a bard? And then you have the summoner casting another move. Very nice. Stomp. That had to be Titan, right? Yeah. It's clobbering time, baby. There's so much of like looking at all the frogs and all the like tiny forms of everything. That's one of the things about 3 that I still feel a little confused about. Like, there's so much of 3 is focused on problem solving, you know? There's a lot of like how do you put it? How would you put that? There's a lot of like, with the actual dungeons, there's a lot of focus of like using spells to figure out a solution to get past, like to be able to traverse the area, like turning yourself into a frog to get forward, or turn yourself smaller so you can fit through something. Like, there's a lot of that in 3, which is not really anywhere in the other ones. Which honestly, I'm glad it's only in 3. It's not my favorite thing. Having to like turn my party members to frogs to do something, and then just as soon as that's done, just turn them all back. Because what's the point, you know? So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. Final Titan move. There you go. It's kind of nice. Who's left then? Detective Light, Odin. Yeah. Do love Odin. Not at all biased being Scandinavian. Not at all. Slash, okay. That's a weird way to spell Sansetsuken, but... Oh, there it is. Oh! That's nice. Even splitting the models, that's so cool. Right, Leviathan. Demon Eye. A lot of weird looking enemies in 3. Ah yes, Thanatos. The Headless Horseman. Aura. Ah, Bahamut, of course. I don't remember what Aura did. Toad plus blindness, there were some cool frogs. They are the coolest looking frogs, that's for sure. Like Turtle Squad, Squirtle Squad-esque. Okay. I just immediately accidentally clicked the video. Okay, well, that was every summon in 3. So, no real big surprises there. Like, I kind of remember most of those. There's some moves that I was like unfamiliar with because I don't remember exactly what they do, but all the summons, definitely seen all of seen all the models for them. So that one didn't really add too much for me because I feel like when the summons finally like appeared in the games for me, it was like, oh yes, finally, finally we have summons. Finally we can see all these guys in action. But I don't think we had any crazy additions to like the summon roster there. I think that starts to happen with 5, maybe 4. Let's actually just check 4, and we can see. Let's do that. Sorry, rewind. Goblin Punch. Okay, we're already mixing it up a bit because I do not remember that. Oh yeah, I do. It's the one that had a weird like ×8 if a specific thing happens. Chocobo Kick, classic. The quick ATB at the bottom is giving me anxiety. The cockatrice, very nice. Mind Blast or Mind Flayer, maybe? Yeah. Mist Breath, Mist Dragon, yeah. I really like that one. It's a very nice looking summon, cool looking move. Self-destruct, so boom. Boom boom. Ifrits, here we go. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Can we look at Ifrit's like model a little bit? It's so strange coming from 14, right? And then seeing every other Ifrit look nothing like him. Which is kind of what's the word? Nice, because he doesn't look that great in 14. He's like a weird bony like skeletal bug thing. He looks really weird. The pose is kind of look like the pose of 14 Ifrit is kind of close to this, but if you remove all skin, like 14 Ifrit is not an appealing watch, not one bit. So I'm really glad that this is like some weird like mutated green goblin mess. Like I like this Ifrit way more. 4 Ifrit looks a lot like 7, to be honest. Yes, I can see that for sure. But that dive, that animation is really nice. Whisper Wind. Oh, Sylphs. Corals. Oh, Kate Sith, never mind. Diamond Dust, Shiva, okay. With a wand. Probably the most unique looking Shiva from the Pixel games. None of the others really look like that, though, do they? She's just, like, looks like she has a Harley Quinn hat on, and then she just has thighs for days. And that's kind of just the entire character design. And then she has some weird, like, butterfly wings connected to her arms down to her back. And a wand. Bog Witch. Bolt of Judgment. My boy! Look at him. He never disappoints. Ramu never disappoints. He always looks great. Hard to mess up, though. It's just a wizard man with a giant beard covering the entire front of the man. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, the pig form. I forgot that was a thing. Gaia's Wrath. Here we go. Titan. Like that animation. Very cool. Cracking the earth. Odin. Okay. Very interesting looking Odin, because he has like antlers on his helmet. I mean, a lot of the Odins do, but this one, it really sticks out for some reason for me. Sleipnir still only has 4 legs, so we're catching up to lore. Yeah, he has like a scimitar, a little buckler, and like, I don't know, elk horns? What's up, Cyrus? I summoned the like button. Yes, everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps out. Thank you. Half a Sleipnir if you go by leg count. Yeah, it's just Slay. Pnir appears later. I don't dislike this design of Odin, though. I think this is a really good Odin. A really, really cool looking Odin. I don't know why they... Well, I've had this explained to me, but I just think it's a little strange. That they keep focusing on Odin with a sword, when in Norse mythology, he's very much known not for wielding Sansetsuken, but for wielding Gungnir, the spear. I realize he uses those for different things in Final Fantasy, but, you know, the mythology nerd in me is like, show spear, please. But outside of that, like, I really like their design of Odin in every game I've played so far, I think. It's, yeah, he's just really cool looking in every single one. The only critique is that I would like to see more of a spear instead of a sword, but yeah, that's kind of it. Also, more legs for the horse. That's kind of it. I love the animation of that. The sprite just splitting, it's so nice. Speaking of Odin, Leviathan. Asura, right? I don't know if Asura has come back in any of the... in 5 or 6. Maybe it did? I'm not sure exactly. More Asura. Should have 3 different moves because of the 3 heads, or the 3 faces. Ow. Well, there, that team is going through it, I was about to say, and then everyone died. There you go. Mega Flare, of course, Bahamut. That's the Scoliosis Bahamut, the weird-looking one, where he suffers from immense back and neck pain, which is the one that's holding the tiny little couch, which you can have as a flying mount in 14. If you do all the Endwalker trial boss fights. Okay, that was it. That was all of 5. That was 4. I mean, I'm looking at 5 on the screen right now, that's why. So in 4, they started introducing some weird ones, though. So that's fun. They started introducing the Mind Flayer, the... what was the other one? The Cockatrice. Like, I have all this written down. Even though I haven't seen all of them. I started doing this when I was playing 14, before we went back and did any of this. So in 4, they added Azura, Bomb, Cockatrice, Mist Dragon, Goblin, Mind Flayer, Sylph, and Wit. W-H-Y-T? FF Wit? I don't know what that is. Is a unique Eidolon in the Nintendo DS remake of Final Fantasy IV. Ah. So she doesn't go to this school. basically. So we can ignore that one. But yeah, out of those, I don't feel like any of them is like hugely iconic. Like Bomb is an iconic enemy. Goblin is kind of iconic in the Pixel games. I don't know if goblins stick around after that. Mind Flayers keep appearing, I know this. Sylphs keep appearing. But outside of that, like, not any crazy summons introduced in 4. We got all the same ones from 3, like Bahamut, Chocobo, Ifrit, Leviathan, Odin, Ramu, Shiva, and Titan. Which is like the core, what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? And it's so weird because I started with 14. I think of the core 6, right, as Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Leviathan, Ramu, and Shiva. Garuda isn't introduced until 11. But for me, she's the one representing the wind element, you know? So it's very strange, like having her. For me, it feels like a missing piece. But I guess until she shows up, Odin kind of holds place in the core 6. Bahamut to me has always been number 7, like outside of the core elements. Bahamut is like the one big looming summon, right? But then you have the core 6, which represent different elements. So, at least in my 14 riddled brain. And that's been kind of weird to reconcile with the experience I've had with these games for the past months. But I can't wait for Garuda to be introduced because she's always, as far as I know, very cool. Very cool. Very screechy, but very cool. What is the unique thing for the DS? It was to promote the online features, really. What's up, Boss Crash? You can give your wit unique abilities that the others can use, like darkness or jump, etc., and the thing would auto-battle. Oh. Oh. Good news, there's 1, parentheses 2 versions of Odin that has a spear, at least. Very nice. Like that. Wish there were more. How you doing, Boss Crash? Welcome in. Net was down for 4 days? Damn. Damn. What the hell happened? Because that's some shit. We can do that. Turns out my router firmware got corrupted. Really? That sounds very rough. Sounds like absolute ass. On top of rolling outages, of course. Well, damn. I don't know, Mist. I haven't played 7 yet. So we're not talking about anything past 6 tonight. I don't know why I pointed to that. That's 1. I did finish 6, yes. You are now in the middle of us watching all the different summons from 3 to 6. And then when that's done, we're going to redo the last fight in 6 because we blew through the fight. We're going to give it the respect and time it deserves. And then after that, we're going to rank everything. And then I'm taking a week's break. And on Monday next week, Chrono Trigger begins. Odin used to Gungnir in some games if the enemy's immune to instant death. Ah. Yes. It was like... I do absolutely see why you would need to level all of them. For sure. However, my team absolutely was over-leveled by the end of it. Locke with the Ultima weapon and that knife, whatever it's called, absolutely destroyed that last fight. So we are gonna have to, not have to, but I feel like replaying that fight just to give it time. give it some more breathing room because we absolutely fucking destroyed it. The final part of the game took 15 minutes. So... FF5? Odin used Sensetsuken and Spear. Really? Valley Knife, that was it, yeah. He uses it in 5? Okay, well that's the next one up, so I'm excited to see that one. So yeah. If he's using a Spear in 5 already, then hell yeah, sign me up. Let's go watch that. Final Fantasy V, let's go. That was super loud. Chocobo kick, a white chocobo, okay. That's new. Speaking of, after a lot of back and forth, I think 6 attempts, my chocobo in 14 is finally a black chocobo. Took a lot of work, but finally it happened. Fat chocobo, okay. Bounce on it. Constrict. What? Oh, it's just a bunch of fish. Diamond dust, okay. Hello, Shiva. Man, I love the job system of 5. It's so much fun. Catobal Pass, okay. Demon Eye. Earthen Wall. Oh yeah, it's Golem, right? That ability is so good. Ifrit, let's go. What do you look like? I love this design of Ifrit. Okay? I love this design of Ifrit. He's so cool. Why does 14 look like a bone bug? I don't get it. This is so much cooler. Ramu, the Lord of Living. I mean, is there a bad Ramu? Like, look at this shit. Look at this. Look at Ramu. He's beautiful. There's not a single bad Ramu in these games. Look at that mighty mustache. Mighty boy. Thunderstorm. Is that more Ramu? Oh, Sildra. With Thunderstorm, okay. Whisper Wind. Sylphs? Pixies? One of those. Gaia, so that's Titan. Yup. Look at the hairline of my mans. Look at his hairline, poor guy. What happened? Titan's only a few thousand years old. He should be... We shouldn't have to deal with that. This carbuncle is the first time we have a decent looking carbuncle, if I remember correctly, because the ones before this look like monsters. Absolute demons. So I'm glad we finally got a decent carbuncle. Santetsuken, here we go. Odin, now with just straight up horns. 6 legs on the horse, we're getting there. A red cape with gold armor and a blue Sansetsuken sword. Very nice, very nice. Again, super clean animation. Will he show Odin with the spear? No. Flames of Rebirth. Was that Phoenix then? That is Phoenix. Okay. It looked like a burning sword just crossing the screen. Tsunami. Of course. Leviathan. Gungnir. Here we go. Spear moves. Oh, he throws the spear. They don't have a separate sprite for him holding it? Fine. Did decent damage. And of course, Bahamut's. a way better looking Bahamut than 4. Look at this boy. Look at him. Beautiful. A beautiful Bahamut. And then they got destroyed by Meteor. As is tradition. So that was 5. They're getting better. They are getting better. That's for damn sure. FF5 Lamp will always use Sensetsuken, and Summon Command has a chance to do either. FF5 Gungnir is used if the enemy is too heavy. Okay. In FF5, Odin is weak to petrification, and they do that to him. They do that to him in 6, yeah. Has to take a call. Shoulder pain is severe. Arthritis? Really? Ooh. Ooh. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's rough. Even though Sildur's attack says Thunderstorm, it's actually a wind attack. Right, yes. It, again, as a post-Garuda, like, what would I even call that? Joiner? That doesn't sound good. Even though I started playing Final Fantasy as an adult after Garuda was added, having another creature be like the wind representation is weird. You know, it's strange. Thunder tends to be wind, lightning is electric. Oh. Well, yeah, the job system is incredible. Like, on the basis of the job system itself, I'm like struggling with if I prefer 5 or 6. Like, the job system is doing so much for 5. Oh, I can't wait for tactics. Like, the way we're, like, if you look in the description of the stream, you can see the entire order of the games I will be playing. We are not far away from tactics. I will be playing the remake. So we're like, after this, we have Chrono Trigger, 7, and then tactics. So we're very close to going into tactics, and I'm super excited about that. I'm so excited about tactics. It's yeah, even though I think it's a little clunky with only having 4 camera angles, because sometimes there's buildings and it makes the environment kind of difficult to see stuff sometimes. That's like the one critique I have after playing the first chapter when the remake came out. Like, outside of that, I think tactics has the bones to be an incredible game. We're doing Ivalice Chronicles or PSX. We're doing the Ivalice Chronicles, which is the remake that came out last year. Like, most of these games I will be playing on Steam, so that's the version I'm going to be leaning towards most of the time. The one that's readily available on PC. The kind of main differentiating thing there will be very soon when we start 7, because 7 has a new version on Steam that came out like a year ago, I think. Like late last year, they released a new version of 7, which was like, well, it had new achievements and stuff, but it was like a buggy mess when it came out. And the 2013 version on Steam was like made unavailable. However, I have the 2013 version. I bought that a long time ago. So I will be playing the 2013 version on Steam when we actually start playing 7. And I will be using quite a few mods that the community has like built throughout the years to make menus cleaner, to like remove some of the like very sharp sounds, like upscaling some of the models, stuff like that, you know? Is there even a wind summon in 6? Not that I remember. Some of the Final Fantasies are in GOG now. So no OG7. It is the OG7. It's just that like, just to make it look nicer on stream, it's like realigning menus to make lines, like to make text more readable, to have it line up nicer, and then just upscaling some models. So it's still the same base game. I'm just using like a package of mods that people like generally recommend that people use to make it a smoother experience. But it is the 2013 Steam version. It is like original Final Fantasy VII. It's just like cleaned up a little bit. everything is still in there. Like, nothing is missing. The only thing that, like, I would say is changed are some of the, like, upscaled graphics to some of the models. But that's kind of it. Everything else is just the same game. But that's like the... yeah, we are playing the old 2013 version there of Final Fantasy VII. So we're not playing the new replacement version they added on Steam last year. So it changes it from the 4:3 ratio. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gives you widescreen, gives you... yeah. I've opened it up just to make sure that everything works. I have seen an entire playthrough of Remake, so I'm not like the first one. I haven't seen shit from Rebirth, but I have seen an entire playthrough of Remake. So I wasn't really scared to open up 7 to check out if everything worked. It looks really nice, actually. I wonder if I have screenshots from that. So I can just show you what the differences looked like. I wonder, do I have these? Would I have saved those? Do. Where would I have put those in that case? I got my 7 and Ivalice. Am I not playing anything here? Got 7 and Tactics Ivalice on the PS5. Got 4, 5, 6, and 8 on Steam. Yeah, I have almost all of them on Steam at this point. I have from 1. I have 1, 2, 3 remake, 4 remake, and like 3D remakes for 3 and 4. I have 4 After Years, Tactics, Ivalice Chronicles, Type O HD, 5, 6, 7, 7 2013, 7 Rebirth, 7 Remake Intergrade, 8 Remastered, 9 12 Zodiac Age, 13 2, 14 15 16, 10 2 HD. And then Lightning Returns somewhere further down. So I picked up a lot of them on the Square Enix sale just to make sure that we have all of them just ready for when we decide to go. Yeah, we'll deal with all that when we eventually get there. Like, there's gonna be... I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of things that people have to say about 7, because that's the one that, you know, most people seem to have grown up with or started with. Let me see here. If I can lower the volume a little bit more. Okay, so let me show you what the changes look like for 7, because I found the pictures. Does 14 have limit breaks? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it does. We use limit breaks in, like, boss fights. So limit breaks do different things depending on the role you're playing. Tanks, damage dealers, and healers all have different limit breaks. And it goes from limit break 1, 2, 3, and then I think there's a 4 in some fights, depending on what you're doing. Tanks usually put up like a huge defensive thing, or like an actual like immunity to damage for the entire raid group. DPS have like, on lower limit breaks, they summon like Cloud's sword and do a huge swing and jump. And on higher tiers of limit breaks, they have unique limit breaks depending on the job you're playing. And healers have like a huge group heal for their limit breaks, but then when they do their highest level of limit break, they revive everybody in the entire raid that's dead, which can lead to some really, really cool plays occasionally, which is very nice. Still looking into a way to play that demo. Yeah, those like 400 or 500 hours. Okay, here's 7, right? The beginning. So I went through the very first moments of 7 with and without mods. So here's the regular one. Here's with mods. So it changes character models. And it also, like, if you look at the side of the train, it adds like higher quality detail to the side of the train there. And if you look at the clock tower in the background, it goes from being a pixelated mess to being like, oh, that actually looks like a building back there. And then here's another example with Barrett in the scene. I don't know how I managed to get these images so exact. Because I just went in and screenshotted, you know? I was really lucky with the lineup of some of these images. And we have Cloud coming down. You even see the sword on the modded version there, which is really nice. I like that quite a bit. There he is. And then combat, you have it separated a little bit to make readability a bit better, to make the menus like split up a little bit. You can see the Cloud's model look different in combat as well. Like the detail on the hair and the sword and everything, the boots. Thank God for modders, they're doing work. Yeah, like I think these look really good. And then you also have his portrait down in the corner over there, so you can see the portrait next to the person. To make it clear, like, you know, and now to get this on Steam, the easiest $15 ever, easiest choice of $15 to spend. It also like changes the menu a little bit, makes it a bit sharper. It changes the cutscenes too. It changes the models and everything, even in the cutscenes. So whoever did this put in a lot of work to make this. I think the OG one looks better because it kind of removes the cobblestone effect on the ground. Like, this is the old one, this is the new one. So I do think they lost a little bit of detail there with the cobblestone on the ground. But I mean, look at the difference in clarity here. Just from pixely to clean, pixels to clean. But this is the same image. Like, pixel, clean. Yeah, I feel like they are missing out on getting rid of the cobblestones there. I feel like that's the one critique I have so far of the mods. But this is the regular menu, right, with elements. This is the modded one. Look how nice that is. Like, the OG one, probably super nostalgic for a lot of people. But look how clean that is. When everything is, like, pushed together. Separated lines, easier to read. The two bars up there are, like, next to each other. Next level and limit level. Instead of being, like, arbitrarily just pushed to the sides like they are here. I don't know, I think this just looks cleaner. I'm not saying this is bad. I'm just saying that this is probably easier for me to read as someone that hasn't grown up playing it. I don't even know what that means. And here, the same thing, like they make the menu go from the classic one to be a little bit tighter. Everything's like lining up. Just, yeah. Even adding a frame to the portraits. And that was all I went in there to check out. But yeah, that's the like difference you will be seeing when I actually play through the game. So nothing major, nothing crazy. But yeah, that's what I've been going in there and working on. Getting all that working. And hopefully it will work when we start that. Yeah, no, don't. Even mechanics, like, you know, hold off on all that till we start seeing stuff actually play out, because, like, of course I've heard about certain systems and stuff throughout the years, but, like, I really want to experience all of it myself, you know, the first time actually seeing it. So it is better just hold off until, like, maybe not even exactly when I start seeing it, but, like, let me do my thing for, like, an hour or two and then be like, okay, now that you've done this for a little bit, you want to try something weird, you know? Just so that I can actually, like, try these systems out for myself. and see what they actually feel like in action. Are we ready to dive into the summons from Final Fantasy VI? Yeah, exactly. Limits when you don't know how to get new ones and you get higher levels. It's a mystery. Can't wait. Well, let's go into the summons of Final Fantasy VI. Who's that? I don't even know who that is. It looks like the Death Gaze thing flying around the map, but I don't think that's a summon. Yeah, I got all the suits in 6, yeah. It's Zone Seeker. Okay, I never summoned him. Divine Judgment. Alexander, my boy! Because I got all the summons, but I definitely didn't summon all of them, which is why we're doing this. Because for some reason, I never did all the summons. I did the one they took away from me. Because I was like, I really want to see that before he disappears. But Unicorn, okay. And a Magic Urn fighting there, okay. How nice of him. Lunatic Voice. Don't know. Seraph? No. Maybe? Now I'm referring to Odin. They take him away to give you Raiden? Is that Siren? Okay. Oh, it makes sense. With the singing. Siren makes a lot of sense, yeah. Oh yeah, still so the tiny things. Never mind. Breach Blasts. Hey! That's, oh god, what's his name? The Flying Whale, Bismarck. Again, I cannot believe they have an enemy named Slagworm. It's just really funny. Cat Rain, okay, that's Kate Sith right there, or Kachi, depending on how you want me to pronounce that, if you're Irish or not. That's really, really cool, and looks exactly like Kate Sith should. That's fun. Cat Rain. Da, 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 da. Demon Eye, so Kotobu Pass, yeah. Oh, Kirin. Holy Aura. Okay. Ifrit. Oh, hell yeah. What? Why did I never see that? That was awesome. They rotate a sprite. We have the technology for that? That's awesome. I love that one. That's so good. That's so fun. Abyssal Maw. Oh yeah. Is it Jormungandr or is it Midgard's Ormer in this? Same guy. The World Serpent. The green-skinned, big horned demon. Yeah. Ifrit's awesome. It's Midgard's Ormer in this. Okay. Ghostly Veil. Ooh. Don't know which one that is. I don't remember there being a ghost. Ramu, the Lord of Living. Oh, that was Phantom. Okay. And then Ramu. Alluring Embrace. And that would be... Oh, what's her name? That would be... Lakshmi? Is it? Is it Lakshmi or is it someone else? That's Seraph? That's Seraph. It looks like Lakshmi. Huh. Although the spell looks very holy, so makes sense. Stench. The one who realm painted. Ah. What are you? Or is that Maduin? Is that Maduin? Did we ever see his sprite? I think we... It is Maduin, okay. He looks like... I remember his, like, overworld sprite looking like an orc. So he kind of talked like this throughout the entire time we were playing with the Esper world. Just gave him a Warcraft orc voice. There's Angel then, most likely. Angel steel is heavier than angel feathers. He ever make a comeback in the series? Maduin? Don't know. Wait, that was Seraph? And that's Shiva. Hold on, let me before we just start guessing here. Yeah, there is a Lakshmi. So that the one lying down could be Lakshmi. And then the angel one could be Seraph. Yeah, there was Lakshmi. I was right. Yes. A broken clock was right twice a day and all that. Okay. So then this was Seraph. And this is Shiva, of course. Try disaster. Oh yeah. Valigarmonda, look at that. What was the old name for Valigarmonda? Do I have that written down? I don't. Hold on. FF6 Valigarmonda. Tritalk. It's a cool name. Yeah. Tritalk. A little carbuncle. Not looking like a giant monster. Good. Howling Moon. Fenrir. Oh, it does image? That's awesome. Golem? What would that be? It could be Golem, it could be, I guess, Crusader, it could be one of those. It is Golem? Okay. Looks like Proto Worker 8. And then we have Phoenix, of course. Look at that. Not burning enough, but still a very cool Phoenix. Sansatsuken, here we go. Odin! Probably the most pixelated version of Odin we've seen so far. I don't even know how many legs that horse has. Oh my god. Violently flies towards the screen. Very difficult to see what that Odin actually looks like, to be honest with you. Yeah, I can also see like 2 or 3 legs. Shin Sansatsuken. Is that Raiden? Is it Raiden or Raiden? It's like a Japanese god of thunder, I think. But I don't know if it's Raiden or Raiden. It is probably the same inspiration for the name of Raiden in Metal Gear, I think. I think they're inspired by the same thing. You typing it out doesn't help me. I know how it's spelled. But I don't know if it's pronounced Raiden or Raiden. You say Raiden? Okay. Because I know they say Raiden in Metal Gear Solid, right? But I know they say Raiden in Mortal Kombat. So I'm like, who do I trust? Goofy or Goofy? You know? I don't know. Yeah, exactly, but they pronounce them differently and it breaks my brain. You say it like MK? Oh, Raiden. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I usually say Raiden. That's like my instinct, but that's just because I've played a lot of Mortal Kombat. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. Ever since I heard Metal Gear Solid say Raiden, I've been questioning it. You know, we watch character limits after the one hit make. I don't even know what that is. But like character limits, like limit breaks. Same, it's my earliest memory of the name. Yeah, exactly. So then this is Raiden or Raiden, however we want to, whatever we want to call him. Very cool looking, actually. Like the purple armor and shoulders going into a cape. Pretty clean. Like it quite a bit. And then the extra thunder details on the hits. Very nice. Sonic dive, and that would be a heron? Like what am I looking at? What could that be? Like I have a list of all the creatures. What the hell could that be? I genuinely don't know. Crusader? Maybe? I don't know. It's the only one. Oh, it's Quetzali. It has to be, right? It has to be Quetzali. Desperation. It's okay. Hmm. Oh, it's the one that makes you jump. Okay. Metamorphose. Okay. Okay. So that's Crusader, I'm guessing. I dub thee dried meat. Bahamut, of course. That's a cool looking Bahamut. Oh, the sword was Ragnarok? Ragnarok is a summon? How does that work? Or is it a move that happens when you're using the sword? Oh, wait. Yeah. No. You do get Ragnarok as a summon. Or you can decide to change it into a sword if you want to. That was the deal. Right. I don't know that I have Ragnarok written down in this list, actually. Yes, I do. It is right there. Okay. He morphs enemies into items. That's kind of sick. Cleansing. Oh yeah, who are these guys? What is this summon? Like, this happened really early in the game for me because Setzer summoned these guys using his slot command. Who are they? What am I looking at? Who are they? Oh, this is Crusader. Okay. Camp. Is it the Whirring Triad? No. Like it would be drastically different looks for them if that's the case. It's Crusaders from the Eight Dragons. Okay. But who the hell are the people? Is it like an early design of the Knights of the Round? Like what what am I looking at? Who are they? The old Warring Triad, I think, is the lore. Really? So it would be Fiend over here, Goddess, and Demon? Like before they got turned into the weird looking monster statues? Or is it like in Berserk where you have the God Hand and these are just like earlier members that were later replaced with other people? I'm not sure. But I do remember seeing this summon happen really early in the game. I think it was 3 warriors who vanquished and sealed the 8 dragons before the destruction of the world freed them. I don't know. I'm gonna have to Google that, look it up eventually. The dragons were people before, but were transformed into dragons, I think was the... Okay. Damn. Well, there you go. It's a pretty cool move. A lot of animations going on there. And they they struck down the team as well. Very cool. Very cool. Well, those were all the summons from Final Fantasy 3, 4, 5, and 6. So thank you to DNKA for the videos. I'm gonna be linking those below when I post this on YouTube. So shout out to you for some very good video making there. Good stuff. Okay. Those are all the summons. Where do we go now, guys? Do we check if we want to refight all 6 final bosses, or do we just go for Kefka? Because I'm 100% going to fight Kefka. That's happening. You can count on that. Because that fight didn't last nearly long enough. Desperation attacks for 6, right? That was the thing. Desperation attacks. Limit breaks / desperation exhibition. This is also from DNKA. Let's see here. You just 100%ed Adventures of Elliot. Hell yeah. I still haven't really looked into that game, so I'm gonna have to take some time one of these days to actually look that up. Okay, just pasting this towards, like, at the end of the summons video. All the limit breaks / desperation attacks from 6. Here we go. Mirage Dive, okay. Mog. Okay. Moogle Rush is pretty clean. Oh. These are very high damaging moves. Damn. Who's doing it? Okay. Royal Shock. Saber Soul, nice. I really like that animation. Shadow Fang. So she turns into a Warcraft warrior using Blade Storm. That's very nice. Wah! Star Prism. Ooh. Hold on. Why is everyone named the same except why is he named I'm so old? Why would you do that? Poor Strago, man. Okay, Cayenne. Ooh. Nice. Red card. That was cool. That was a lot of cards. The disrespect of my dude. Yes. That was cool. Like, as a... Like, are those in the OG6? Because, like, as a... what would you call it? As a... early concept of limit breaks, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that. Because, like, limit breaks as a term doesn't really happen until 7, right? They were in the original. Cool. Very nice. Let's do that. That's a secret. Shush, we don't know. He lacks critical information. Well, you know what? Let's open up 6. Have to use the attack command while you have critical status, i.e. low HP and crouching. Red HP, use attack command while you have 12.5% chance to be used. Okay. Gao has none as there's no attack command. Makes sense. That makes sense. Sega! Very nice of them to promote a competing system right there. Very nice. Okay. We have a quick save right before the Kefka fight. So, let's go do the gosh darn Kefka fight, shall we? Let's edit my stream info here on Twitch to turn this into Final Fantasy VI. Final boss is 6 try stealing, you can get the Lightbringer? Really now? Flame Shield, Blood Sword, Crystal Orb, Force Armor, and Ribbon. Ribbon is very nice. Safety Bit, Mutsu no Kami, Excalibur, right, we got that. And then the Safety Bit, Minerva, Red Jackets, Radiant Lance. Just question marks. Okay, well, are we ready to do the final fight again? I'm not going to be reading out all the dialogue beforehand. We did that already. You've heard it. Okay. Welcome. Well, you know what? Let's actually read it.
Welcome, friends. I knew you'd come, so I've been practicing my greeting.
I forgot that yeah, you know what? Actually, Alt F4. I forgot a few things that we wanted to change before I did this last time. There were a few things that I wanted to swap around that I never got the chance to. For example, making sure that Celeste had better items on. So let's do that before we do anything else. Quick save, yes. Okay, Celeste, we never got the other shield working, which is super unfortunate. Gold hairpin, Soul of Thamasa, that's it. You mean Locke, son of Odin? Oh yeah, the Dancing Mad is like the main reason we're redoing this. Because the boss fight went so fast when we did this, we didn't really give it a chance to play. From Lady, the one above, you can steal Ragnarok. From the rest, the one that looks like Kefka, you can steal Ultima Weapon. Yeah. So, Do I? Yeah, I do want to change safety bit to something. I had the suits, I think. I turned most of them to Genji armor, I think. We have, oh yeah, I turned them to snow scarves. At least one. We have a behemoth suit for him and a nutkin suit for her. Who has the gem box? Which gem box? I don't, like, we didn't pick up every item from the arena. Because after a point, it was like, well, this is just building up, like, a destruction, like an absolute just destruction train right here. So after a while, I was like, well, you know, okay, it's the old name for Soul of Tomasa, okay. So after a while, I was like, let's, you know, let's settle on what we have now, you know? We don't need to grind out the Colosseum anymore. But yeah, she has the Solo Tomasa, and I don't know what to put on Celeste besides ribbon. I was considering the Soul of Tomasa, but you know. Hermes sandals, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're all pretty set up. The only... My one goal this time is for Sabin not to die. But yeah, I feel like we can just... Yeah. I hope so, yeah. Okay. Let's redo this fight and actually get to listen to Dancing Mad this time. Hefka!
Welcome, friends!
Pyramid.
I knew you'd come, so I've been practicing my greeting.
Welcome, friends is very welcoming, yeah.
How much do you have to destroy? Oh,
I did this again. I did this the first time, too. How much do you have to destroy before you'll have had your fill, Kefka?
I've acquired the ultimate power. Observe. Such magnificent power. You're nothing more than fleas compared to me now. Embrace your destruction. It is the fate of all things.
And then he very neatly puts them back down. To be destroyed? Maybe it is. People can always rebuild, and new lives will always be born.
Ugh, disgusting. And time will destroy all those as well. Why do people insist on creating things that will inevitably be destroyed? Why do people cling to life knowing that they must someday die? Knowing that none of it will have meant anything once they do.
This is not the end that matters. It's knowing you have something to live for right now at this moment. Something you've worked for, something that's worth protecting.
Move over there!
As long as you have that, that's enough.
And did you all find your somethings in this broken world that's dying itself?
Yes. Yes, we did. Tomorrow. Love. Some worth protecting. A wife and child will live on within me. Friends and family. A peaceful kingdom. A loving brother who always looks out for me. Someone willing to accept me for who I am. An adorable little granddaughter. An obnoxious grandpa who I couldn't live without. Wings from a dear old friend. Oh, new pals, Koopo.
These people, all of them, whoa!
Umar's like,
Blech. You people make me sick. You sound like lines from a self-help book. Pyramid. If that's how it's going to be, I'll snuff them all out. Every last one of your sickening, happy little reasons for living.
no, Kefka, stop. Oh yeah, and then he hits every ocean. Because he's that good at aiming.
I wield the greatest power in existence. You may as well be dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck to the bottom of that dirt. I'll destroy everything. I'll create my own empire of death.
You can't destroy everything. People will always have dreams.
No! When I'm through, there won't be anything left to dream about.
He won't let you hurt any more people. Oh.
But what fun is destruction if no precious lives are lost?
Let's hit more ocean. It ends here, Kefka. Oh my. He's first back up. Oh, right. I was like, where are Go-Go and Umaro? But they weren't in any of the parties. Makes sense. Okay. I play beat this using only Gao, Magumaru, and Go-Go using Rage or Dance. My FF6 Berserker run. That's awesome. Berserker tactics are overlooked in my opinion before auto battle was my go-to for grinding. When you think about it, everyone but Celeste had 1 year to make a new life for themselves in the world of Ruin. This is true, yeah. Very true. Sorry, Gao. Do I dare? Nah, I feel like I need 2 healers for this. Especially if he's just trying to steal items. Well, let's do this. Here we go. Oh. Tera! Steal from A. See what that does. Soul Elixir from A. Very nice. We can now attack A. Steal from B. I'm just gonna try all of them. See what happens. Stole Elixir. We can now attack A and B. Steal from C. elixir! Stole elixir. Okay. Good shit. Round 1 is free reign now. Oh. Yeah. Ultima. I feel like that's a clean round 1. Oh, that's the dying move. Okay. See if we can steal more items. Tera. Defend. He can't steal? Oh my god. He's turned into a... I was about to say frog. Turned to Kappa. So dangerous if you want to go ahead. D. Steal from D. Yeah, that death roll move is what got Sabin last time, yeah. That's a cool looking move. Couldn't steal? How dare you? We're struggling out here. We need 1 steal so that we can move on with attacks. I'm just gonna keep healing then. $4,000 damage. Couldn't steal. Damn! I could haste them. Yeah, you're right. Oh. Well, I could haste all of us. He's also not wearing the item for increased chance of stealing, which is unfortunate. Haste go. Stole elixir. There we go. Now we can flare D. Steal from E. Missile? Okay, D and E are open. F. Is that a behemoth face in here? Really? Couldn't steal. Damn it. Oh, we are Frozen City over here. Steal from F. We really... Huh. Oh god. This is not good, actually. Not good at all. Is he dead? No? Okay. Heal yourself. Now! Lucky bum. Rice. Frozen City population, you. Truly. flare, the steal from F. I think that's where we're at. Try to haste himself again. What a douche. Stole elixir. Okay, F is open. Only need to steal from G. Oh. 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 Laser beams, mate. Come on, G, let me steal. Is the steal queued up? Nothing's happening. There, nothing to steal. Oh, I have it? Okay, well. Hold on. Wipe them all out. Laser Town. Wait, why am I using Flare? I could just use Ultima. Oh, well. Bro's going ham. Oh. Oh. How many flares did I have queued up? Many. Oh god. Gravaga. Jesus. Sabin almost died again. I don't like that Locke is confused. That's very bad for us. Potentially super bad for us. Oh god. Don't. Oh my god. Woo. We need to dispel Locke, otherwise he's gonna destroy the entire party. Do we have an Esuna available to us? Why did I queue up this many moves? Okay. Or this many heals, rather. Okay, Esuna, and then Ultima. Please don't die. Oh my god. Okay. We are alive. We're not a Kefka yet. We have one more wing before then. Whew. Oh. Look at these two chilling. Okay. He is still confused. Okay, that's awful. He tried to steal from our party. Esuna and then Kuraga. Come on now. Thank you. Very good. Tornado. Oh my god. Couldn't steal. Okay, that's fine. What the shit was that damage, though? Runic. I forgot that was the thing. I forgot Runic existed. Okay, hold on. White Wind. It's fine, it's whatever. Haste go. Stole Ultima Weapon, there you go. Steal from her. Runic. Reflect would be nice, yeah. Oh god, that animation is scary looking. Haste go. Still Ragnarok, there you go. We got them both. Destroy them. We got them like second and first attempt, which is really sick. And we're decent on healing too. Nice. What the fuck happened to Celeste? No! Celeste, no! No! We lost Celeste! Ah! It's always more depressing when the main character dies. Runic Blade overloaded. Shit. Ah. Oh, oh. Okay, well. Here we are. Kafka. With this big boy.
Life, dreams, and hope.
I will play this slowly, yeah. We want to listen to this. This is a song called Dancing Mad. There are 4 parts to this song. I think I have 2 of them in 14. Old terminology called it calmness. This one it's repose. You can use re-raise and they live unless they get targeted twice. Okay. Yeah, she got absolutely destroyed, unfortunately. But, yeah. You live and you learn. Unfortunately, I'm slow. So, yeah. We're gonna have to do this without Celeste. But I kind of just want to sit here and listen to this for a bit. Like, let me see exactly how long this is. Because it's an absolutely bonkers song, this. 3:52... 3:57, 3:25, and then 6 minutes and 3 seconds. So it's okay, yeah, it's 17 minutes and 17 seconds of just 4 songs for this crazy man. We got Tera double casting, that's the better important thing. And we also have, it's about to call him Kyle. Thinking of Kyle Katarn from Star Wars. We have, oh god. What's his name? Oh no. Locke, that's it. We have Locke with the Ultima weapon, so I'm not really that worried.
Where do they come from? And where do they go? Where do they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Such meaningless things. I'll destroy them all.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Mist. Enjoy your sleep. Also, is Kefka pitching a tent? I just noticed this. I never... Never realized this, but it looks like he's pitching a tent for some reason. The laugh in the song, good shit. Dual cast. Heartless Angel. You can swap weapons in battle, I think. That'd be interesting. It's unfortunate that she only queued one heal. Honestly, it fits Kefka. She's dead! Tera's dead. I guess I could queue a revive. She's only dead if it's in a... Stole Mega Elixir. There you go. She's only dead if it's a scene change, I guess. Also, what's Shrine? No effect? Excuse me? What do you mean Rise has no effect? Oh, he's silenced. That's why. Am I able to one-shot this poor man? I'd say poor man. He's a bastard, but you know what I mean.
The end draws near.
Can we get a heal on that woman? Quickly! Heal her! Forsaken. Damn. We need more MP. Oh, he's about to destroy him this second, I think, which is not good. Yep. You can't bring Locke into this fight. He does 2 moves and the fight's over. At least we got to hear more of the music this time. At least. Locke said enough. I don't even think I told him to attack. He's just out here doing his thing. Locke is crazy. He even hit through blind. He's wild for it, yeah. And then we go through all the ending again. Next time, give the multi-attack to Sabin. Yeah. And then they kept moving towards the end. Or Strago, really? Is he good with the multi-attack? Can't believe Celeste died. That's so unfortunate. Nope. Okay. Well, we got to see the Kefka fight again. We got to hear more of the song. We didn't hear all 17 minutes of it. But because Locke is busted. Yeah. We can only do so much. Fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to view that. So, just like that, Final Fantasy VI comes to an end again. But this time, Locke Slayer of Kefka. Dude, Locke slays everything. Like, you look at him wrong, you're dead. That's the only difference between him and Batman. Batman doesn't kill, and Kefka can't get enough of killing. So I guess we just let this roll in the background then, because we have already watched this, and if you wanna see that stream happened a few days ago, so that is that's saved in VOD form. I am gonna keep this save though, because we stole so much stuff from the bosses, so we're for sure keeping that. Also, this ending is not canon. The main character died. True. Is Interceptor tied to each slice or each command of attack? I would assume command. Like, he would be appearing so many times. Well, where do we go next? We only have one more stop for the night. And that is the tier list. So, interceptors are counter to physical attacks. Oh. I think Shadow's ending is really sad. Like, no matter what happens, just him staying behind is really depressing. I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know why they would do that. Okay. Do we swap over? Let's mute FF6 and let that roll in the background, and I'll deal with that later. And then we, boop, get over here. Let me see here. Do we have the chat window? Is this the chat? I don't know. Let me do this. Remove that, and then we go back here, and then I copy this. Go back here, and then I paste that in there. Okay. Let me see here. Test. Yep. Okay, why is it in the middle of the screen, though? Let's go down there. There we go. Okay. So, the only thing we have left. Test. Well, let's stop the recording of the retry of the ending there. We'll start a local recording for actually rating all of these games. There's so many of them. So, let's start with Final Fantasy I. If this thing actually cooperates. Hold on. Winamp is working. There we go. Final Fantasy. Okay. I'm going to intro this like a YouTube video. So, say hi to YouTube. Hi, I'm Chrane. We just wrapped up all of the pixel remasters for Final Fantasy. 1 through 6. Got them all. Thanks for hanging out, Boss Crash. Take care, man. We're going to be ranking every single game, talking about them for a little bit, looking at some of the creatures we encountered through all of them, like the first appearances of some of them. And I'm also going to, give you my general opinions and break down a few of the systems in these games. We will be going back to this list every time we beat an era of Final Fantasy games. Because as you can see here, there's quite a few ahead of us. We've done 6. This is quite an extensive list. The list of the games we will be playing through are in the description, in order. Hopefully I remember to go back to this video and check mark where we're at. Or I just keep it checkmarked to which games were done when we recorded this video. I think that might be more helpful, actually. So, where do I start with Final Fantasy I? Final Fantasy I, I think, is a very simple game, but it's a very good game. Like, surprisingly good. Now, bear in mind, I played the Pixel Remaster, right? Oh, so this goes from S to A, B, C, D, E, F. I played the Pixel remasters, so they don't look the way, you know, they don't look the way they looked when they came out. They look updated. So 1 through 4 kind of all look the same. It's not until 5 you start to feel the difference with the dungeon design, right? But I would say that 1, in its pixel remaster form, is a really good game. And I think it is a perfect match for C tier. To have this be the middle of... This is a good video game. Period. It's straight up just a good game. It does a lot of the basics we will be encountering in the future of this franchise. It does it very effectively. Overall, it's a damn solid game in general. I think it's just... It's simple, it's straightforward, it's short, but it does all of the things it sets out to do in a very effective way. Without overstaying its welcome, without, you know, without being overbearing. It's a very effective, like, get in there and then get out, you know? I think it's very good. It took me 15 hours and 58 minutes to beat. I played with a party of Warrior, Thief, White Mage, and Black Mage. Because those are the, like, canonical characters that appear in this. So I never tried it with Monk or Red Mage, but I hear that the Monk is absolutely broken. So, yeah. Magic system and class system is fun. Yeah, I think that was one of the bigger surprises for me in that game. Because the fact that you don't really have MP in the same way, like you have a certain amount of uses for each tier of spell, which I think was surprising, but I don't dislike it. But I wouldn't want a party of too many casters early on for that specific reason. But yeah, overall, pretty damn good game. Solid. I think spell charge. Yeah. I think it belongs in the C tier. Now, can I just... Oh, here we have them going on in the background. Can we do this? Yes. Okay. So what I want to do, right? Let's quickly look at some select screenshots I have for each game, shall we? So this was my party for FF1. We had Cetro the Warrior, Zaver the Thief, Flora the White Mage, and Tail the Black Mage. These were the canonical names as far as I could find on the internet. And this is the squad we had throughout the game. Towards the end of the game, as you can see, they were in their evolved forms, because when you find Bahamut to do his thing, you know, you get to, like, advance class, basically. So the Warrior turns into a Knight, the Thief turns into a Ninja, White Mage turns into White Wizard, and Black Mage turns into Black Wizard. The two that kind of carry forward from this is the Knight and the Ninja, because Knight and Paladin is like in some games the same thing, depending on the translation. In 14, for example, in Japan, it's called Knight, but in English, it's called Paladin, and it's the same class. So, depending on the game, they're kind of interchangeable in some ways, depending. And as we hear just at this moment, we're hearing Matoya's theme, which is also one of the things that surprised me greatly when we dove into Final Fantasy 1, because I knew Matoya was from an earlier game. I had no clue she was going to be in the first one, and so early, and you're dealing with Matoya's eye and everything. Like, great stuff. Medisa Hagen, which, again, a normal creature you fight quite a bit in 14. Had no idea it was going to be popping up as early as Final Fantasy 1. Also, I don't know if I've said it in this video. I'm mainly as an adult, I was introduced into Final Fantasy by playing 14. I have over 5,000 hours in Final Fantasy 14. Most of my knowledge is based from 14, so excuse all the references between 14 and these games, but that is my, like, what I know about Final Fantasy. So that is going to be my base of reference for most of this stuff. But yeah, didn't expect to meet a Sahagin so soon, so that was cool. We had our main bad guy, Garland. I enjoyed him okay. He's a very basic bad guy. It's like, I will destroy the world, and that's like his whole vibe. Love the design. I feel like it very much influenced Odin later on, just from looking at this. Yeah, overall, love the design. I'm a huge fan of a good character design. I love cool helmets. You know, it's like just vibe-wise, perfect design. Love the design of Garland. And then we had this, which is like one of the main critiques I have, probably. Let me move myself a little bit. One of the main critiques I have about 1 is that you have the 4 elemental bosses, right? But I feel like they are all kind of nondescript and somewhat underwhelming as far as like boss fights go. Like, sure, a Lich, classic D&D enemy, right? A signature D&D enemy, I would say. Merilith, no clue. Don't know her. Never heard of her. Kraken, again, classic mythological being. Very standout, but just over the years, like these two, like when this game came out, probably a bit more standout. But, you know, as time has moved on, we're very, very accustomed to seeing a Lich or a Kraken as a regular enemy in a video game. So to me, they didn't really stand out that much. And like I said, Merilith is like, huh? Who? Like a cheap Naga or something like that, you know? Like, I don't know what a Merilith is. I've never heard of it before. Didn't really stand out that much. But then we have Tiamat right here, right? Tiamat is one of the signature dragons that will appear in all of a Final Fantasy, you know? So Tiamat, it was the one that finally stood out to me, which I really enjoyed. How fun were the boss battles against them? They were perfectly fine, yeah. I feel like 1 was probably the one that was the most challenging out of all of them, until we had to deal with ATB in 4, which I'm very much used to now. But when that started happening, and 4 is so fast as well, when that started happening, I was a little scared. But yeah, generally, I think the boss fights were pretty fun. Like, even though the boss designs are, like, okay, just fight-wise, I think they were pretty fun. I enjoyed them quite a bit. And we have this thing. Let's go back to him soon. Let's look at the final picture first. Here's Chaos. Chaos! The final boss of the first game. Very cool boss. I like the design. I have fought him before. Oh, music? Where'd you go? The music stopped. Like, hold a second, you've fought this man before? I have. He is definitely one of the boss fights in 14, so I had met this man before. So I was kind of just waiting, and then... There we go. Kind of just waiting for him to pop up so I could see what he looked like in the pixel version, but yeah. Chaos is cool. I like the design. I think I like the design for Garland more. But as a boss, I think this guy's he's really cool looking. The boss fight was fun. It was a little challenging. You know, in general, nothing but really good things to say about, or like good to pretty good is like where I would rate most of the things in this game. But then you have this thing. This goddamn thing. This thing, let me link you the shorts. This thing took me 2 hours to spawn. It took 2 hours for this thing to spawn. Now, luckily for me, I did this after streaming the entire game. So I had just turned on like full EXP boost and all this stuff, because like I'd already finished the game. I wasn't really progressing through the game anymore. Didn't really matter that much. So I just turned on all the boost stuff to max and just did some mindless grinding for 2 hours until he popped up. If he had one-shot me when if I hadn't been max level when this thing popped up and he one-shot me, I would have been like, I don't know what I would have done. You wouldn't be able to console me, that's for sure. I would be somewhere between furious and devastated. Like, the fact that it took 2 hours to find this guy is absolutely wild. And then he tries to nuke your ass when you show up. It's so rude, but so, like, such a memorable experience. I wish I had streamed the whole bridge thing. Because doing it in my own time, I was just watching YouTube and mindlessly, like, grinding that out. Instant death spam in 1 can be a bit much. Honestly, it didn't really stand out that much to me with instant death because I don't really remember that being a thing. So, like, even if it's in there, it probably didn't annoy me enough because I don't remember that at all. But in general, I would say that FF1 is a C tier on this list. It's really good. It's a very good, like, middle ground for everything. I love spell stacking. Yeah, that was so much fun. You could make your characters go absolutely crazy. I really enjoyed stat stacking. So, for a lot of those reasons, I'm putting it in a C tier. It's a very, like, let me actually go over here so that we're not blocking the actual letters of this. I feel like it's a very good, like, good game. Like, I'm not the person that's about to stack S tier with too many things. Like, I'm gonna reserve S tier for some, like, absolutely mind-shattering experiences, right? And F is gonna be for some absolute fucking stinkers. But C tier is a really good middle of the road, and I think Final Fantasy 1 is a really good baseline of what a pretty good game is. Like, Pixel Remaster, 2 thumbs up, enjoyed it. Let's move on to Final Fantasy 2. Now, what would I say about Final Fantasy 2? Well, let's look at the images I've saved, shall we? First up, you have this very unique item leveling system, right? Or weapon leveling system, not item, weapon leveling system, which I think reminds me a lot of playing World of Warcraft 150 years ago when that came out. Where you had to, well, I guess you still do in Classic, where you have to level the weapon types individually. And your character gets better depending on the level your weapons are at. Only I had to turn on the boost for this to get the achievement for level 16 weapons because the grind was so long. It's like such a long, frustrating grind to get all these things to level up. It's a fun system, but one I'm glad is only in one game. I'm glad you can go and experience it, but I'm glad I don't have to deal with this in all of the Final Fantasy games. So my party kind of turned into, you know, focusing a lot on accuracy and evasion was a huge thing, as I remember it. Firion fought using swords. I think he was dual-wielding swords. Maria used a bow and spells, which is a combination I really like. It's kind of bard-esque, I guess, but I think I enjoy like a white mage with a bow the most. I think that's a really fun combination. Guy went unarmed and absolutely wrecked. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. But then you have Leon, which doesn't join you until very, very late in the game, right? Why are we listening to FF1 music still? Swap to FF2. Leon doesn't join you until very late in the game. I think too late, to be perfectly honest with you. But before then, you have like a fourth rotating slot of characters, which is a thing that's going to reoccur throughout these games, right? Where the like one or more slots of your party keep rotating with new party members as the story moves forward. Which is a thing that I don't love personally. I like the idea of having my party, and like those 4 are my party, which is going to be a huge bonus for one of the games coming up. But yeah, like, I don't really remember much about Leon. It's like he was there, you know. It's kind of my big takeaway for Leon there, unfortunately. Like, he didn't leave much of an impression. We fight him quite a few times throughout the story, but he didn't stand out that much. Although it was cool to see, like, I don't remember if he was actually a Dark Knight or if he was something similar, but it was cool seeing, you know, it was cool seeing that in the game. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. But as a character, I feel like he's added on too late, and then you don't really have that much time to, like, grind his stuff up before the final portion of the game, you know? Yeah, here we go. Firion was dual wielding. Maria used a bow. Guy was unarmed. And then a cool thing with this one is that you can see your favored hand. So everyone is right-handed except for Leon. He's wearing a left. He's using his main weapon in the left hand, which is kind of cool. As far as I can remember, it doesn't do crazy things for the party itself, but like some nice like flavor stuff. I don't remember if one of the temporary party members are left-handed, but as far as the main cast go, he's the one standing out. They added a new system with like key terms, which I feel like I've like bumped into in other RPGs, which is fine. It's a very simple system though, so it's not that mind-boggling or anything, but I feel like it's still notable to bring up. Wild Rose is something they brought back in 14, which was really fun. And then, yeah, like, the story in 2 was kind of forgettable, in my opinion. And I legitimately forgot who the last boss was a few days ago. And I had to go look it up. I feel like that says everything I kind of need to say about the story of 2. Like, it's got some parts that are really interesting, some parts that are pretty good, but in general, I think the story of 2 is kind of forgettable. And probably the game I remember the least of out of all of these. Although they are the first, I think they're the first to introduce an empire, right? Because the whole thing is that the main bad guy is the Emperor, you know? And he's the guy that's on the logo for the game and all these things. So, like, in the first game, you have the Warrior of Light, right? On the actual logo, and then in 2, you have the Emperor. But he just isn't that memorable. Doesn't stand out that much, in my opinion. So that's why I have the screenshot of him there. But then we still had the like spell skill stacking thing, which I found really enjoyable. So there's that. And some iconic creatures for me that they that they introduced here. It's like the Adamantoise. Very much a memorable enemy from other games. I really like the Adamantoise. But then we come to the part where this game kind of falls flat for me, and that's most of the bosses. Like, the Emperor as the final boss, like, I legitimately forgot that he was the last boss. But then you have things like Gotos, which is like, okay, he just appeared at a point, and I was like, okay, I guess he's a demon boss we have to fight now. But then this guy, he appears twice, as a normal guy and as a zombie. When the zombie appeared, I was like, why do they specify that he's a zombie? Because I didn't remember fighting this guy. I didn't remember fighting him the first time. But then he's like back as a zombie, and I'm like, who? And then we have the very weird long-legged imp. Just had to include him there because the legs freak me out. Joseph, we love Joseph, okay? This is a Joseph supportive home. We love that man. We are introduced to the Marlboro, or the... What are they called in 14? It's different. They are called Morbol. I don't know why they changed it just for 14. It could be Because of the company? I don't know. But I don't know why that would be a problem for an MMO and not every other mainline Final Fantasy game. But they're called Morbol in 14. But yeah, this is their introduction, which is kind of nice. They haven't changed much at all, really. We have our first slime, which is gonna stay around quite a bit. There's the Emperor from the logo. Probably my favorite design of him. He does remind me a lot of... oh, what's his name? The musician. God damn it. Why am I blanking? In the movie where he plays the Goblin King. Why am I blanking? Help. Ground control to Major Tom. Man, what's his name? He's the dad of the guy who directed the Warcraft movie. God damn it. I'm remembering everything around him but his name. Let me see here. Goblin King actor. Not from the Hobbit. Who's the other guy? Jareth, the Goblin King. What the hell is the musician's name? Why am I blanking? David Bowie. That's it. He reminds me of David Bowie. Oh, it is because of the tobacco company. Okay. Well, I mean, it is weird that they only change it for the MMO and keep it Marlboro for all the single-player games, but whatever. But yeah, the Emperor looks like David Bowie to me. As the Goblin King. And then we have the Green Goblin, which is fun. And introduction to the bombs. And our first coral, which is blue for some reason. They do turn into like yellow cats later on, but the first one was blue. And our first behemoth. And it took until the Pixel games for me to realize that they have like fins on the back here. And are kind of like aquatic in design, like with the tail and everything. Never put that together from looking at the 14 behemoth. But I went back to look at the 14 behemoth, and sure as shit, they have the fin as well. So I don't know. Oh, you're not sure that's tobacco company, but it stands to reason it would be. Yeah, like I'm like assume that would be why they changed the name, but like, why would they do it for the MMO and not for any of the other ones? That's the part that like confuses me a bit. Yeah, what else? We have a King Behemoth, our first one. So Behemoth, King Behemoth, very cool. And then Tiamat comes back in what I think is a cooler design than in 1. I like this one quite a bit. Pretty good. Not much more to say about it, just pretty solid design overall. Beelzebub shows up and reminds me of Beelzebub in Persona or Shin Megami Tensei, just based on that design. It's very similar. Astaroth, and yeah, that's like your big 3 before the final boss. Tiamat, Beelzebub, and Astaroth. There might be a 4th that I'm forgetting. But I feel like we're going back to the D&D playbook of like iconic creatures, trying to find our own identity with Final Fantasy here. I don't know if Astaroth comes back. Doesn't ring a bell. Beelzebub is like a name for the devil, so you know. Oh, the Iron Giant is the 4th one. Okay. I don't think I've seen Beelzebub in any of the other ones, so I don't necessarily think he comes back as a boss, but Tiamat sure as shit does. And then finally we fight the Emperor. And yeah, kind of forgettable last boss fight for me personally. It's okay, but nothing crazy. The Marlboro, also known as the Molbol or Morbol or Mad Oscar. Poor guy. Well, then where do we place Final Fantasy II? In general, like, I'm mainly a story guy, you know? Usually I can be pretty open to a lot of things and forgiving as long as the story is good. I didn't remember the story of 2 at all at the end of the day. The weapon system is interesting, but the boss fights are uninteresting, not memorable to me. And out of all the Pixel games, it's definitely the one that I will remember the least, think of the least, and probably replay last, to be perfectly honest with you. Game balance can be whack for sure, yeah. It's moreable in 11, 14, and 16. So it's moreable in the 2 MMOs and the only mainline game that the MMO studio did. Okay. Weird. I wonder why they keep doing that. But yeah. So for all those reasons, I'm going to be really harsh here. I'm putting 2 in E. 2 is an okay game. It's not an F. It's not a bad game. But on the scale of good or playable, I would put it in E. Personally. Oh, it's Mad Oscar in 6. Okay. Yeah. I am firmly going to place that in E. And hopefully that's not too disappointing. But that is genuinely how I feel about it. It's a decent game, but it's not a standout in any way to me. Doesn't have any crazy music or crazy boss fights. It's... yeah. It just is, you know. It's an okay game. But as far as I will consider it, I think it's one of the weaker ones we've played. Okay. Moving over to Final Fantasy III. Before we even talk about the enemies, we gotta talk about the gosh dang job system they introduced in 3. Okay? The job system in 3 is great. Also, before we do that, my time to beat FF2 was 16 hours and 32 minutes. Okay. Now we can move on to 3. So, in Final Fantasy III, you start out as an Onion Knight. And what I did in 3, that I found out after playing it, is that I messed up the names on 2 of the Onion Knights. 2 of them are named correctly, and 2 of them swapped names, unfortunately, for my playthrough. So it's reverse for 2 of them. We'll talk about that soon, though. So, in 3, they introduced a bunch of jobs. And the first, like, job switching system, which is one of my favorite things about 14. About Final Fantasy, sorry. But it is one of my favorite things about 14 as well. But it is one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy in general, that people can train different jobs and then swap between them for different weapons, different skills, and specialize in different things. And in this, we have kind of the entire just base lineup. Also, let's go to music from 3, shall we? Let's not listen to any more music from 2. Let's actually go to 3. Like, all these jobs are like, I would say, have stuck around as like signature jobs for the franchise. With the exception of probably the Magus and Devout, and probably Sage. Those 3 are like probably the ones that, you know, or the Black Belt even. But most of these jobs are like still in the games today, as far as I'm aware. Like, some of those I just mentioned might be back in different forms, but it's yeah, the job system in 3 is one of the best hiccuping. One of the best parts about 3. And I'm really glad this is like, it's such a solid first look at the job system, and I'm so glad they keep evolving it in a later game. So that's like the first thing I want to bring up about 3, because it's such a huge thing, you know? It's such an important thing about 3. But then, let's talk about what I messed up, right? So what I messed up is that I swapped the names of Luneth and Ingus. So the red one is supposed to be Ingus. The pink or purple one is supposed to be Luneth. But I kind of swapped them in my playthrough, unfortunately. I don't know how the hell that happened. But yeah, red is supposed to be Ingus. Pink is supposed to be Luneth. I know a lot of people don't care about that, but it's going to frustrate me going back looking at it. But Refia and Arc are the correct names, at least, for blue and green. Also, these color combinations make me think of an old Lego line that existed a few years ago, 20 years ago, named Knight's Kingdom, I think it's called, where there were 4 different colored knights, which back then reminded me a little bit of the Bionicle line because you had like signature characters in different color schemes, right? And they had the same colors as these guys. A red one, a blue one, a green one, and a purple one. So that alone kind of made me a bit more attached to the characters here, which is really fun. But yeah, in general, I'm just really glad to finally find out what an Onion Knight is and where it comes from. And then we start going into creatures you encounter in this game, right? The Carbuncle is an absolute horror show. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. Sure isn't the little bunny creature I'm used to seeing. What the hell? That's disgusting. The Sahagin came back, so that's fun. Our first Griffin, which is fun. Like a signature, a signature fantasy creature. Fun encountering our first one. This one gave me major Heroes of Might and Magic 3 vibes. A game I played a lot in my youth. And, oh, Eternal Wind. The soundtrack to 3 is absolutely goated, by the way. Like, Nobu Uematsu doesn't really miss with music, but 3 was the first one where I was like, now we're talking, right? When it came to music, so... And Eternal Wind is one of my favorite Final Fantasy songs in general, so... You know, it's hard to beat. But yeah, it reminded me a lot of one of the Lizard faction in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So, found that really fun. It was, like, even a bit nostalgic seeing this thing, even though I'd never seen it before. Just for that reason alone. This guy was a pain. Or one of the recolors. I'm not sure if it was the actual Sea Serpents. Might have been a recolor. Still. Gigantode showed up for the first time, which is a really frustrating enemy in 14. The Behemoth looks a little worse, in my opinion, than the one in 2. But I think these horns look better than the one in 2. Our first Scoliosis Dragon, which is fun. We met Humbaba, which will reappear in 6 as a giant demon. King Behemoth looks way cooler. And this is inside the Crystal Tower, or Circus Tower, which is a huge thing for me as a 14 player. To finally get to see the Crystal Tower in its like original form. Get to experience all that. I had no idea Eureka was tied to the Crystal Tower, so that was a fun experience. We have the clones of Une and Doga, which look horrific when the 2 people are like just regular ass people. I don't know why their clones look like this, but it's whatever. This is not a Hydra. I don't know why it's named a Hydra. It is a lady hanging from the ceiling. And then just some of the bosses I remember from 14, they're like, oh shit, they're actually like straight up from this game. That's awesome. You have Queen Scylla, you have Garm, the Twin Dragon, like from the World of Darkness raid in 14 and the World of Darkness in 3. One of those things where I had no idea how closely tied it was to the original game. So it was very cool seeing all of them. Goldor was a fun boss. He had a castle with everything made out of gold, so I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Our first Garuda. Not as a summon necessarily, but as a boss, so that was fun. Seeing that name for the first time, and then we're probably not going to see that name until 11, I don't think. But first mention of Garuda, so that's fun. We'll come back to her later in a few games. Odin. Because now we're dealing with summons, right? 3 introduced summons, which one of my favorite parts about Final Fantasy in general. The summons are so iconic, so cool, and they just, like, the attacks keep looking cooler and cooler the more games come out, in my opinion. Some of the designs might, like, dip and rise depending on the game, but the animations for the moves in newer games look really cool, so just seeing the introduction of some of them here is very exciting. And, you know, as a Scandinavian, like, I'm, of course, biased towards Odin. Like, of course I'm gonna be. But I think he looks cool in every design I've seen so far. So, very exciting to see Odin finally pop up in these. Another summon, we have Leviathan with, like, nostril tendrils for some reason. Scoliosis Bahamut. This is the one that carries the little couch you can fly around on in 14. If you clear out all the trial boss fights in Endwalker. And get their mounts. You get this guy as a collective reward for finding all of them. We have Doga in his monster form. We have Une in her monster form. Again, unclear to me why they turned into monsters, but, you know, good for them, I guess. Titan, looking very weird. I feel like he shares the design with someone else. That is a boss in the Circus Tower in 14 as well. But I don't remember who. Amon is in 14 in the Crystal Tower. So that was also really fun. Guardian is in 14. With a different, like, Globus or something in 14. Scylla right there. And then, of course, Mr. T-Pose himself, Zonde. Yeah, like, the story of 3 is very simple, but just, for me, the reward of fighting everything in the Crystal Tower at the end, because of 14, was, like, so rewarding for me. Because it made me a little nostalgic for something I played for the first time, like, 5 years ago. So, I really enjoyed the end of 3. Before that, I don't remember that much of the story, to be perfectly honest with you, but everything surrounding the Crystal Tower I'm already so familiar with. So, it was really fun going through it, and seeing all the dungeons at the end. It was just very exciting, and Ahriman is in there, and then the, like, as one of the bosses. And then, of course, at the end, you fight the Cloud of Darkness. And I had already seen, like, the full Crystal Tower and World of Darkness, because it's just straight up what we do in 14. The, like, delving through those halls and those boss fights, it's the same exact thing. Like, sometimes when they take stuff from earlier games and they put them in 14, it's like intertwined into the story in a different way, and they reuse it in a different way. But the Crystal Tower stuff is kind of just straight up pulled out of 3. Almost one for one. There's some stuff in 14 with an old civilization tied to a lot of this stuff that's not really in here, but outside of that, it's kind of the same. So I wasn't really that surprised by anything going on, but it was really cool seeing all of this. So I enjoyed all of that quite a bit. And then we have all the jobs here at the end. So, and yeah, the story wasn't insanely memorable for me in 3 either, but I think it's very good. I think 3 is a very good video game. I think it's got a solid, what'd you call it? It's got a solid package, because it introduces a good job system. It's got some fun character designs, some interesting bosses, some fun dungeons, but it's not that standout, you know? It's not anything crazy besides the job system. So in general, I would probably put 3 in a D tier. Even though you might have expected me to, like, put it on par with 1, I think there's some things about it that leaves a little to be desired, mostly about the story. Because before the Crystal Tower doesn't really stand out that much. Most of the story from 3 and most of the design of 3 is based around, like, problem solving using different status spells. Like, you have to shrink for certain things to get through certain places. You have to turn people into frogs to get through different places. And just a lot of that going on, which is not my favorite thing. But just like with the weapon leveling of the second game, I would say I'm glad it exists in one game. I'm glad it can exist in 3 and have its unique thing in 3, but I'm glad it doesn't carry forward, you know? Now, there might be games in the future that have similar systems that I don't know about, but right now, with information I have of the first 6 games, that is where I stand on that. So where do we put 4? Where do we put Final Fantasy IV? Well, if we're going to talk about Final Fantasy IV, we have to talk about the big elephant in the room about 4 for me, personally. And that is the fact that your members of your party keep rotating in and out of your party throughout the entirety of this game. And honestly, I found that really frustrating. Now, besides that, I don't really have any other problems with this game. 4 is a really, really good video game. If I were to recommend... What? Recommend? Why did I get a cold all of a sudden? Also, we are swapping to music from Final Fantasy IV. Here we go. If I were to recommend the Pixel Final Fantasies to people, I would say play 1 to understand where Final Fantasy started. I don't, like, the order isn't that important, but I would say play 1 to know where it started. Play 4 to see where the Pixel games on the, like, what the NES era of Final Fantasies resulted in, which is the first one on the SNES. Because, like, playing the Pixel remasters 1 to 4, they all kind of look the same. So when you get to 4, you're like, this is a way better package, but I'm starting to get a little burned out on it because it still looks the same like the ones I've played. So I would say go play 1 and then 4 to see 1 with the base idea and then 1 to what it builds to, right? Because 4 is the first one where the story really stood out to me as being like quality. So I would definitely recommend 4 to people because it's a very good story. And it's not that crazy long of a game. And they brought back not right and left-handed, but like favored hand for your weapons, right? So your main party, like I knew about 3 of these characters, right? Before going in. I knew about Cecil. I knew that he went from Dark Knight to Paladin. I was familiar with that. I knew about Kain, Highwind, the Dragoon, and I knew that the word traitor was related to him because of the Magic the Gathering card. And I knew that Edge was in here because his armor is obtainable in 14. But I didn't know about Rosa and Rydia. And I gotta say, I think that this being the main cast, I was just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for Edge to finally show up, right? But that did give me a lot of time to hang out with all the other characters and enjoy them and their separate stories, which was really fun. And the fact that Kain like joins and leaves the party all the time is a little frustrating. But like, it's okay. Like, it serves the story pretty well in 4, I think. But it's still a little frustrating that you keep getting new party members and then you lose them, and then you get new party members and then you lose them. So you're not sure when you're supposed to like be grinding big time because you don't know what your full final party is going to look like, so you don't know if it's going to be worth the grind, you know? So that's like my main critique of 4, the whole swapping party members in and out of the party. But outside of that, I enjoyed this game immensely. Story is really good, characters are really good. There's a lot of identity in this game that I just really enjoy. And I feel like the jobs from 4, like Paladin and Dark Knight, Dragoon, White Mage, Ninja, Summoner, are like some of the most iconic jobs in the entire Final Fantasy franchise. And all of these, except for Dark Knight, are like jobs you can start as in 14, right? Along with most of the jobs that appear on the people that temporarily join your party. You like the Palmaporum and oh god, what's the name of the monk? Hold on. Well, you have Edward the Bard, you know, that's also a staple. Yang is the monk. Yeah. So you have a lot of like the staple, very classic jobs from Final Fantasy that appear like in the main party, like staple characters in this game, which I really enjoy. I think that's pretty cool. And yeah, one of the things in this one was the attack multiple times thing. So he has like 17 times attack. Tera, you spoony bard. And just in general, I really enjoyed this cast. I think the cast is pretty damn great. And then I did like the part about this one where they start to experiment a little bit with the world map. They do in 3 as well. But like, well, 3 kind of does a huge thing with the world map where, I think it's 3, where you leave the continent, right? And then the whole map kind of like opens up. Is that 3? You realize the place you've been at is such a small piece of the giant world. That's a good part about 3. But a fun thing about 4 is that you're like, well, this is kind of a tiny map. Oh, let's go into the underworld. Like, oh, okay. We have the entire underworld. Okay, but then where the hell else would we go? Well, let's go to the moon. It is 3, okay. Yeah, like, going to the moon is absolutely wild. It's really fun. Very just an out-of-the-box thinking, you know? So props to them for doing that. It's very fun. And Sahagins back, of course. We see the zoo for the first time. Kate Sith, which for some reason stole the coral's colors. We still have a few more games before we get to see the real Kate Sith as a tiny cat. And there's the coral, still blue, not yet yellow. Little Murderer, which is a rare spawn in 14. So I'm like, oh, that's where he's from. Our weirdest looking behemoth yet. Probably my least favorite design for the behemoth. He reminds me of what's his name? Monster Hunter Rise box art monster. What's his face? Not Rathalos. What's the other one? What's his name? Magna Mallow. That's it. Magna Mallow. Let me give you a decent look at him. This image probably works. Like, those are just the same guy. The colors are a bit muted on the Monster Hunter creature, but they're kind of just the same guy. They're the same picture. So, I would say that this is probably my least favorite looking behemoth. Because it just reminds me of Magna Mallow, even though this is first. I'm well aware of that. That's all I see, though. And then we have the Maga sisters. We have Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy. And didn't realize they were from 4. But I'm glad we finally met them. They had like some very interesting mechanics, but if I remember correctly, we destroyed them. So we didn't have to play around the mechanics that much. But yeah, a fun little trio there that come back later on. Golbus. Absolutely one of my favorite boss designs from the Pixel era. Really cool. Just has a vibe about him, you know? Just really cool. Has some real good presence, which is nice. And yeah, I'm glad to see the origin of Golbez and his mighty fiends. Because like, whenever I see Golbez, I think of this song, you know? It's just very deeply tied to Golbez for me, this song. But then, when you move past Golbez and all this stuff, like, I enjoyed him immensely throughout the entire story. Really good character, really fun, very good presence, just overall a very good bad guy. Really enjoyed him. But then you have... Oh, never mind. Before that, you have Barnabas and Dr. Luigi, which, again, didn't know they were from 4. And, oh, I don't have an image of it. Then he, like, fuses with the giant robot and goes full mad scientist, which, you know, is a choice, for sure. But then... we have the 4 fiends. We start with Scarmiglione, the Fiend of Earth, which looks horrific, by the way. Where you know them from? 14. If I know about any character, it's probably from 14. It's safe to assume. You know, when we're in... actually on this menu, I'm gonna put the chat in the blue box so your text is easier to see. But yeah, Scarmiglione looks absolutely disgusting. The Fiend of Earth. And then Cagnazzo. Also looks very disturbing. The Fiend of Water. He looks like a strange, like, rejected character design from the Ninja Turtles. He looks really disturbing. I don't know why he's crawling on all 4. I don't think he does in 14. Let me... No, he stands up in 14. Let me show this abomination to you. This is him in 14. So they definitely changed him a little bit. But yeah. Just getting to fight the 4 fiends in their original form. It's really fun for me. Really enjoyed that. Then we have Barbaricia. The Fiend of Wind. He's still smiling? Always. Barbaricia had a real fun fight. She did the thing where she, like, put herself in a tornado. And you had to, like, fight around that, which was really fun. And then, finally, my favorite, Rubicante. Who, for some reason, is very gentlemanly whenever you meet him. He's very much like, let me heal you, and then we will do this fight for real. But then you have, show some leg, you know, from the actual boss fights, where he occasionally opens up his cape, and he, like, shows you one of his legs, and you're like, oh! And then he deals devastating damage to your entire party. So Rubicante is definitely my favorite out of these 4. And just in general, such a fun addition. Like all 4 of them. Really like the fiends. Fought our first demon wall, which is also very fun. And apparently there are dragon bones on the moon. We fought Dark Bahamut. The Mist Dragon as a summon, which was really cool. We have a Sura, which as a boss fight, and then a summon, which was really awesome. Leviathan came back. A really cool looking Odin with the antlers on the horns. And then still wielding a scimitar, Sensatsuken, and a little buckler. And still a 4-legged horse, though. They're still working on that. Scoliosis Bahamut. Wait, is this the... Oh, wait, is this the Scoliosis Bahamut that carries the couch? I think it might be. I think it might be this one. that carries the little couch in 14. And then, of course, we have Zeromus in both of his final forms. Well, in both forms, rather. One where he's like looking like the head of a mop. And then whatever the hell this is. This absolute abomination that you fight at the end of the game. So, in general... Oh yeah, Endwalker is very much influenced by 4. Absolutely. But yeah. Those are like the main screenshots I have from 4 saved up. But overall, I would say the 4 is a very, very strong package. It's very good. It's a very good story. The one drawback I have for it is the constant switching of party members, which I didn't love. It serves the story well, but it gives me anxiety. And, yeah. Just in general, I would say, so far, the strongest entry into the lineup of games. It's very good. It is very good, and I enjoyed it immensely. What about Final Fantasy V? Well, how much time do you have? Final Fantasy V is next up. And I have quite a lot to say about Final Fantasy V. First of all, the job system, right? Before we do that, let's swap to one of the best parts about Final Fantasy V. This opening song. The opening to Final Fantasy V with this song is such a peak moment in video games, and it's gonna stay with me as a core memory. The amount of times I played this and listened through the entire thing whenever I started a stream of Final Fantasy V. Absolute peak music right here. So good. And the game just keeps on giving, because what's, you know, we know Final Fantasy music is goated. We know this. But the best thing about 5, no contest, is its job system. Now, how many images do we have? 3 images of just jobs. They introduced quite a bit of jobs in this game. We got the Mystic Knight. I think they introduced Samurai and Berserker as well. Possibly Ranger. I don't know if Ranger was in 3. Maybe it was. We got the Time Mage, the Blue Mage, the Beastmaster Chemist, Dancer, the Mime. Like, there's so many cool things in this. And just the way you unlock, like, you level a job and then you get that job's abilities to, like, use when playing another job is such a cool system. It's so much fun. And the job system on its own makes me, like, question if I should put this game on an S tier, because it's that good, you know? It's so good. But the story is kind of the weakest part about 5. Now, what I will say in the defense of a Final Fantasy V is that it does one of the things I critiqued. It corrects one of the things I critiqued for doing, which is swapping out party members all the time. This game doesn't really do that. You have 4 party members, and whatever happens throughout the story of the game, those are the same 4 character slots. Those are the levels you have. And even when Kryl gets introduced into the party, she doesn't restart from 0. And I love that about 5. It's so good. So you can feel every bit of the progression you're making throughout the entirety of 5. And you really feel that you're, like, molding these characters into something specific that you want them to be, you know? And just the job identity in general is really good. It's like a few of them I would wish for the Dragoon to have more levels. You know? I wish that, like, Dancer was a little more relevant. You know, some stuff like that. The Blue Mage was really good. The Mystic Knight is really cool. Ranger is broken. When you get his move, and you put that on, like, the multi-hit move, and you put that on other characters, you're broken. That's it. That's GG. You're done. Just these jobs in general, they have so much identity between them, and the fact that you can use the Mime or the Freelancer to, like, create a combination of jobs based on what you've mastered is so much fun. So in general, the job system in 5 is one of the coolest things I've seen mechanically in a video game. Like, in general. Rapid fire, that's the word. Yeah. Rapid fire dual wield spellblade combo. I don't know that I tried to combo all that. I don't know that I ever did. Probably should have. But yeah, this was the lineup. And yeah, we did Freelancer for the melee party members and Mime for the casters. I like all the characters. They're very good. I like I think Kryle and Ferris have the most interesting story out of all of them. And I think Galuf might be my favorite character out of the entire lineup. But just in general, just a very, very good game with a very, very good cast of characters, even though the story's a little goofy. And like your main bad guy is a tree. Like, don't get me wrong, Lena's story is really good. I just am more interested in the story with Ferris and Kryle and all that stuff. Phoenix Tower was really good, yeah. But then I also love the fact that we progress from our world to the second world, and then the sum of both its parts, you know? For the third mashup there. I think that's really good. I like the pacing of it. I like the results of all of it, you know, like mashing it together. It's really fun. And then, of course, we have some fun. Oh yeah, dude, let's start that. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. One of the best songs in Final Fantasy. So we have some interesting enemies that appear in this game. The Nutkin, I'm not going to elaborate on why, but it's really funny that this is where they're from. The Stray Cats show up here for the first time, which is going to be a huge thing for the next game. I thought that was fun. The first appearance of the Gaelic Cat, which is just a cat wearing basically swimming floating devices that look like wings. And it flies because of it for some reason. We have a monster in a book, which is really fun. I like that one. And then we fought the Prototype, which I was like, well, that's just Omega. But I guess it's just going to be called Prototype in this, and Omega in a later game. I was wrong. And of course, we had the introduction of Ronka. Now, let me explain Ronka to you. Because I'm Swedish, right? Ronka, if you replace the O in Ronka with a U, that means to wank in Swedish. R-U-N-K-A. So I'm out here teaching you bad words, right? But if you are from, like, some, like, not a specific place, but some parts of the country say it with a bit of a, like, a different dialect, where it's like, hong, yeah, like that. And they kind of turn the U into an O just because of their dialect. So whenever I see Ronka, I'm like, oh, the wankers, the wankans, you know, is what I see every time Ronka is mentioned in Final Fantasy. And it kind of makes me giggle like a child because it's so silly. It's so unnecessary for me to even go there, but I can't help it. So whenever I see the Ronkins, I'm like, the wankers. Every time. Every single time. And I can't get around that. And if I have to suffer, you do too. So now you know. Sorry, not sorry. Our first Hydra that is actually a Hydra. That's fun. Good on them. One of the scariest enemies I've ever seen. The Fairy Orc. It looks like the orc in Return of the King. That like spots Frodo and Sam in the orc army. And he does that and like starts walking towards them. Is what that reminds me of. It's horrifying. And then we have a Moogle Eater, which, you know, I think might be one of the scariest things for all of Moogle kind. But just wanted to give him a shout out so that the Moogles are aware to look out. We had a first introduction of a Tonberry, which is sick. Love them. Goofy little boys with a penchant for killing. They do love violence, those things. The Sahagin came back, which is fun. First appearance of a Yojimbo. Fun. Regular enemy, but first mention. So that's cool. King Behemoth. Now we're starting to look a little cooler with the Behemoth designs. I think this might be my favorite so far. Really cool looking. A Behemoth as a redhead. Good choice. I think it's really cool. Shiva showed up. Ifrit, my favorite Ifrit design so far. No contest. This Ifrit is really clean. Biblos looks really goofy. I don't remember how I described this thing, but I do remember calling him a mix between like 3 different things. And yeah. My boy Ramu, who jumped me when I was not expecting a boss fight in this game. I remember that terrifying me quite a bit. He was like, I am the Lord of Levin and I have come to fight you now. I'm like, I'm underleveled. I'm just grinding, sir. Step back. And he chose to die. I don't know why I have a screenshot of this guy. That's not the boss. Titan, again, is looking a little worse for wear there with the hairline. It's still receding. But, you know, he is a few thousand years old, most likely, so I guess it's to be expected. And then, our boy! Roll the song again! Roll his song. My boy, Greg. Gilgamesh. And his sidekick, Enkidu. Yeah, Blue Magic was really fun. I really enjoyed Blue Magic in 5. I think the Blue Magic system is really like a really fun addition, even though it's probably like in general in Final Fantasy, I would say the Blue Mage is probably one of the less interesting jobs for me personally, but I do still like the system. I do really like the system of Blue Magic in 5 and 6. Though it is easier to learn stuff in 6 than it is in 5. But yeah, overall, Gilgamesh, I'm really glad we finally got to meet him. Love his vibe. Love how goofy he is. I love his song. Just overall, very happy with our encounters with the man. I hope to meet him again someday. I don't know when that will be, but, you know, I assume we will meet again. And Enkidu, his trusty sidekick. Our first Atomos, which was really fun. That fight pissed me off. This fight really pissed me off. I think I had to redo it a few times. But it was really difficult for some reason. I was struggling real bad during this fight. I can't even really put into words what the hell happened. But it was very memorable. I'll give it that. The Gill Turtle, again, pissed me off. I don't know why these two hate me, but they do. I had to go, like, grind in between streams to actually be able to beat the Gill Turtle because he pushed my shit in the first time we tried to fight him. So that was an experience. And now we're back to freaky carbuncles. Like now we have a huge carbuncle. But then I think the summons... Oh, right. Atomos had the Comet spam. That was it. Yeah. But now we have, I think, the huge carbuncle for when we fight it, and a small carbuncle when we use the summon. I think that's the case here. So that's fun. And then we have, of course, the tree himself, X-Death. He feels like a kind of lightweight version of Golbez, in my opinion. I prefer Golbez in every aspect, but I do think the X-Death has a really cool design and a fun color scheme. But just personality-wise, he's very one-note. He's like, you know, I am no tree. Oh, X-Death. You know, that's his whole vibe throughout the entire of the game. It's like, no, I hate everything. I will destroy it. And, yeah. Then that's not the other X-Death. That's the next enemy we're looking at. But yeah, X-Death in general is kind of just one note. It's not that stand out to me personally. But he has a cool design. So he just gets some points from me for that. Then we have Melusine, which I think is one of the main, like, who is she that I've thrown out through all of these games. Yeah, very nice. Odin. Again, a very good Odin design. I love the cape attachment there on the back. I love that we're getting more legs on the horse. Sleipnir needs more legs. We're up to 6 now. Hopefully we hit 8 someday, as it should be. But he's still wielding a sword. No shield this time, but he's still wearing Sansetsuken, and we haven't seen Gungnir yet. But 5 was the one where he had Gungnir as a move, right? So you can get him to throw Gungnir, the spear, in 5 as a summon. But mainly he's still holding a sword. Oh yeah, we had the strange trio of Triton, Nereid, and Phobos, which are like Greek mythological beings. Well, Triton, I think, is actually Roman, maybe. Well, no, hold on. Maybe not. I might be... I think it's Greek. Nereid is like a water creature, and Phobos, I am unsure. But I think all 3 are Greek mythology, but I don't know why they're like giant-headed babies wearing like wrestling outfits. No idea why. Kick their asses though. Leviathan, again, has a very beak-shaped mouth in most of these. He doesn't have all that goo coming out of his nostrils anymore, so that's good. The famed Mimic Go-Go, of course. That was really fun. So, it is interesting that he shares a name with the Mimic in 6. Unless I'm absolutely crazy, because I think it's Go-Go, the Mimic in 6. Yeah. I wonder why they share a name. How do you beat him? I don't remember how I beat him. I genuinely don't remember. Oh, yeah. You don't do anything. You don't do anything, and then he stops. Because then there's nothing for him to mimic. That's how you did it. Finally got there. Finally remembered. That was a fun encounter. And then we're back to better Bahamut designs. I really like this Bahamut. Looks way better than the one in 4. And I can't wait to see future Bahamuts, because I have a feeling they're going to just be looking cooler and cooler and cooler. Azul Magia, yeah, very cool design. There we have him, the Altaroida, which looks like this when you fight him in 14. Because in 14, the dragon form isn't called Jura Avis. It's called Altaroida. For some reason. I don't know why. Like, in this, he shapeshifts into that. So what I'm guessing then is that 14 is trying to tell me that we are fighting a guy the whole time. We're fighting the dude. And not the snake. Even though we were physically fighting a snake. I don't know. We fought Halicarnassus, which is fun. This is one of the servers in 14. So I've been curious about what, like, the name stands out so much, so I've been really curious what Halicarnassus is. So that was a fun fight to get back to. This might be our first Twintania, and I do not like this design. It reminds me of a Pit Lord from Warcraft. Like, oh god, I'm forgetting the names of the Pit Lords. Oh no. This is bad. Pit Lords. I'm usually like a lore bank when it comes to when it comes to a lot of Blizzard stuff. Hold on. Pit Lord Warcraft 3. Hero names. No, not hero names. What are they called? The ones in the story? Manaroth, right? Is it Manaroth? Pit Lord. This is just the hero you can recruit. What the hell are they called? Oh, the Annihilan are the name of the species. Okay, I thought it was a guy. Manaroth, Magtheridon, there you go. Yeah, Magtheridon was used to create Fel Orcs, which are the red ones. And it looks a lot like him, this Twintania design. I prefer the 14 design of Twintania. I don't know what Twintania looks like in other games, but over this and 14, I think the one in 14 looks really good, so I would probably give the point to 14 there. Then we meet back up with Gilgamesh after he's trained. He's gone through his training arc, right? And he's sporting a lot of different weapons. Maybe Excalibur. He did use Excalibur at one bit, so maybe he's rocking the full Excalibur here. I'm not sure. But it's a really cool design for him. Like it quite a bit. And then we fight Femto from Berserk. Don't know why he's here. And then, of course, we finally brought it back to the prototype design, and we actually fought Omega, which was so fun. Frustrating, difficult, but so fun. So I'm very happy to have faced the first Omega now. That's very cool. And then, of course, followed by that, we met the first Shinryu as well. And I really like the design of Shinryu. So clean. The pink and purple in the like mane coming down the back, really cool. Hits very well with the rest of the colors there. Really good design. Like it quite a bit. I like the quest for the 12 sealed weapons, but you can... the sealed weapons were really fun. Yeah, I did like that. It felt very rewarding going back there and like progressing through the game and like getting a bunch of like iconic strong weapons as a reward for how well you're doing. So that was really fun. And then, of course, after Shinryu, you fight X-Death, who's up here. And you finally see the tree underneath, which is quite horrifying, honestly. I don't know why they chose to make X-Death a tree. It's a very strange choice. But it makes him a little unique, at least. So, you know, it's kind of cool. And then we have this insane looking thing at the end. Neo X-Death. I don't even know how to describe this. It's just a fusion of so many things, like a wolf, like unicorn lion thing. Like, there's so many things on here that I don't even know where to begin with dissecting the design of this. Like I think almost every single dungeon in this game was good. I don't remember one that like was annoying at all. Now, keep in mind, I probably haven't mentioned this yet in the tier list here, but I did all of, well, 2 to 6 reading full, like, written guides for, like, collecting everything on one of my monitors. So as to 100% these games. I did one almost entirely blind. I think there was a few moments where I was like, I have no goddamn clue where to go, so I had to check. But outside of that, like 2 through 6, I played with a written guide just to make sure that I collected every hidden item, every chest, fought every monster. So why was I bringing that up? There was a reason. Shit. I don't remember why I brought it up. There was a reason. I did become a piano master, yeah. But basically I've seen every single enemy in these games. I've seen I think all items and like most of this stuff. So that's where that's what I'm basing basing my opinions on, having seen I've seen a lot of these games is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Oh yeah, dungeon design. I guess the dungeons didn't really have enough room to piss me off because I have the walkthrough thing on the side. So I don't really since I'm trying not to miss anything, I'm looking at it step by step when it comes to collecting items in dungeons, and through doing that, it's giving me directions. So that's probably why I don't really have issues with many of the dungeons at all in any of these games, because I decided to play it that way. That's why I brought it up. now I remember. Okay, so where do we put 5 then? Now, I did say that the job system alone has it sniffing at the S rank. However, I cannot in good conscience put it in S rank when the story doesn't make me feel as much as some of the other games in this list does. I cannot in good conscience put it in S as like a top tier, unbeatable game for that reason, because some of the games in here have made me cry. Okay? 5 didn't make me cry, but it was an incredibly satisfying gameplay experience. And I enjoy the cast, I do enjoy the story, but it's not insane. It's not incredible. It's very, very good. So, 5 lives in the A tier. And you know what? It's a well-deserved A. It's so close. So close. So close. Now, finally, let's look at Final Fantasy VI. The game we just finished. The game with the largest cast out of all of these games. And if we're going to be talking about Final Fantasy VI, you bet your ass you have to listen to the music. This is the full list of party members for Final Fantasy VI. And I think they're all pretty good characters. Let's have the disturbing notes here. Yep. Sega. Sonic runs across the screen. In general, I think this cast is pretty damn cool. I don't think any of them necessarily is a bad character. I think some of them might be bad people, but I don't think they're poorly written or that, I don't think anyone is uninteresting, which is really good. Like Tera, the Magitech elite, someone who's been brainwashed and controlled by the Empire. Kind of cool. Very sad, but kind of cool. Locke, the adventurer/treasure hunter. Don't call him a thief. He'll be really sad. Kyan, who might be my favorite cast member, possibly. He's definitely up there fighting for the top spot of characters for me. Kyan has one of the best themes in the game, in all of Final Fantasy, as far as I'm concerned. He just, I don't know, I just love Kyan as a character. He has he goes through so many things in the story of this game. He has a very emotional arc, which leads to one of the most iconic boss fights in all of Final Fantasy, where you can suplex the train. What's his theme? It's this. The Doma song. It's one of my favorite pieces of Final Fantasy music in general. And just everything surrounding Cayenne, I think, is great. I feel it's a shame that we kind of, you know, since the cast is so big, we start dropping some characters' plot lines a little bit throughout the story of the game, which I think is unfortunate. And I think Cayenne is one of them. But the pieces we get with him are some of the best parts of this game. So for that, I will, you know, forever treasure his story. Shadow is really cool. He's like the personification of my problem with 4, with the characters joining and then leaving, because he does that like 4 times in this game, until he's like, you know what, I'll just stick around for now. It's like, oh, finally. Finally. Shadow has one of my favorite characters designs. Just overall. I really like his design. He's really just clean, cool, badass. Just really like him. Edgar is... oh, he's a machinist, which I didn't expect when I started playing this. I didn't realize that machinist was a pre-existing job before 14. So that was interesting. He's a bit of a creep, which, you know, it's unfortunate. It's like when his entire kingdom is like, oh, the prince is like really off-putting, so best stay on your guard, ladies. It's like, what the hell is this dystopian hellhole they're living in? It's just because of this one guy. Outside of that, if we're gonna like just pin that to a wall and not think about it, outside of that, he's a cool character with cool abilities. But yeah, he's a bit of a creep. Sabin is also up there fighting for my #1 spot for characters. I really like Sabin. Let's do my other favorite song from this game. So good. Yeah, Sabin is just... oh, wait, what? Oh, the game was still going underneath there. Forgot about that. Yeah, Sabin is one of my absolute favorites. Very straightforward character. When I started playing 14 5 years ago, almost exactly 5 years ago, I started out as a monk or pugilist, and then you become a monk at 30. I feel a connection between my character in 14 and Sabin, so that was a lot of fun, and probably one of the reasons why I enjoy him so much. Let me just... I feel like I didn't talk about the story regarding these two a lot. Like, Tera's backstory is really interesting. And then, like, with the Empire, and then when you dive into her backstory with her, like, heritage and all that stuff, is really cool, really interesting. I don't think she's the main character, though. No. Locke is, absolutely the strongest member of my party. As soon as we got the health stacking going with the Ultima weapon, he turned into a demon. And his backstory with dealing with the loss of the love of his life and all that stuff is very well written. And yeah, just I really enjoy his story. Nothing bad to say about him, really. Celeste, the Rune Knight, which is a job I remember people guessing would be one of the next jobs added to 14. Maybe. We'll see. But Celeste, in my opinion, is the actual main character. I say that as Tera's theme begins playing, but in my opinion, Celeste is the actual main character, because to get to the end of the game, you don't even need to have Tera in your party, but you do need to have Celeste. So, yeah. Oh, my hero. The opera is... Yeah, let's talk about the opera house for a little bit. Let's talk about the opera for a little bit. The opera house, I went back when we did the opera house and watched the OG version as well. And it's such an absolute achievement that they did that on the SNES. It's so fucking cool. I'm very impressed with the opera house in general, and they've done a real bang-up job on adapting that to the Pixel remasters. It's actually really good, really cool, and I love just Ultros reappearing throughout the story, coming back in and just fucking shit up throughout the entire thing. It's really fun. And the opera house is like, it's one of the most iconic parts of this entire game, for good reason, you know? It's got great music. It looks really good. It's a great story beat. Like, there's nothing, you know, it's really just such a solid package of like things just working well. So just in general, the opera house is such a strong part of this game. And I think they redid it perfectly for the Pixel remaster when they, well, like Cyrus said, where they introduced vocals and stuff to the songs and stuff. It's so just you know. Yeah, I know. In the soundtrack, there's, well, not this is the Japanese version, but in the soundtrack they have all the different languages included. And somehow it works. It works really well. And yeah, having that as a story beat for Celeste is just really fun. Like a nice little light-hearted break from all the horrible stuff going on. So in general, I think it just is very effective, very cool, very well done. And that introduces one of the biggest creeps in the game, which is Setzer. Now, we rely on Setzer quite a bit in this game. If you've been watching me play through this game, you know me and this man do not get along at all. And it's very interesting that one of our main party members is introduced by way of attempting to kidnap the lead opera singer of a play for some goddamn reason. Like, he's there to kidnap the actual singer who Celeste takes the place of. So when he takes Celeste, we like board his airship, and then we, like, I don't know if the plan was to take it from him, but we kind of convince him to join us, right? And he becomes a permanent party member from then on. But me and this guy didn't get along one bit, because I was trying to get the achievement for using the slot system to get 3 7s in a row, so that he uses Joker's death on the enemy party. But I tried to get it using auto so many times, and every time this man used it on my party instead. He used Joker's Doom on my entire goddamn party so many times. I don't know how many clips there are of me getting just absolutely destroyed by this man. Just because he's like, you know what? I don't want to help you. Let me hinder you instead. So I commented a few times that his sprite makes him look a little bit like Sephiroth in a giant coat. I think he is the Sephiroth to my Cloud. If I had to have a nemesis, it would probably be Setzer. We just did not get along at all. And then after I beat the game, I spent 15 minutes doing the pause trick, right? Where you pause the game when the slot is rolling. And after 15 minutes of doing that, I got him to land 3 sevens, and I was done with the achievements. So, yeah. It went way simpler than I expected it to. But thankfully, that means that I 100%ed all 6 of the Final Fantasy games in the Pixel Remasters. So that's good. That's nice. But yeah, fuck Setzer. Okay, then we have one of the oldest party members so far, which is Strago. I think he's equal age to Tella, right? I think we established that at some point. So, one of the oldest people in the party, and he's dressed like Doctor Strange with a mohawk. A blue mage, which kind of works in tandem with Realm, who is a Pictomancer, which inspired one of the jobs in 14, which is called the Pictomancer, where you can even get the actual, like, Realm gear, which is fun. But her and Strago kind of work in tandem, because when she uses Sketch or Control, if you have the fake mustache item, you basically control enemy monsters, or you get their spells, one or the other, depending on how you, like, if you're using the fake mustache or not. And that then works in tandem with him being a blue mage, because he needs to see these moves. Well, he needs to be in... Yeah, he needs to see these moves to learn these moves, because he's a blue mage. So she can control the moves and use them, and then he learns them. So they work very much in tandem with each other, these two. Which is a fun thing. You know, it would be easier if he just had a control move, but he doesn't. But it is cool that the story and gameplay ties them together in a way like that. I do really enjoy that. Mog, our resident dragoon. Now, Edgar can use a spear as well, but I gave Mog the 2 jump and multiple jump items, because he can use spears. So he turned into our party's dragoon. Apparently you can turn Mog into an absolute demon, which I would like to do in a future playthrough. But I really enjoyed the fact that we got to have a Moogle in the party. I didn't expect it to be as fun as it was, actually. Even though I didn't play with him that much in the party, I did really enjoy the time we spent with him. I really like Mog. Now, Gao... I don't like Gao that much, to be perfectly honest with you. I like his story. His story's good. I don't love the way he learns moves. And I don't like the way his moves are listed in the actual menus when you're using his moves. Because the moves he learns... Yep. Like, when Gao learns a move, he learns a move from the enemy he leaps at, and then ends that fight. And then he learns the moves of the monsters you defeat in the fight when he comes back to the party. And it's a very... non-precise way of learning moves for a character, considering that almost every enemy you beat starts showing up in the Veldt. So the further in you are into the game, the larger the pool of enemies is, and the harder it is to find specific stuff. But yeah, like you're saying there, Cat Scratch is a move I had early on in the game, and really I had no reason to use any other attack on him. I think the attack itself that you click is called Stray Cat, because that's the name of the enemy, but then he uses the move Cat Scratch when he attacks. And like, my problem with the move system there is that you just get the name of the enemy, right? You don't know necessarily, or you might know, but you don't necessarily get the info of what the enemy does. what the move is going to do actually does. You don't get a damage number, you don't get a spell cost, so you don't know if it's a high-end spell because of the high mana cost or anything like that. Like, you get just the monster name and that's it. You have to remember what they did. And he can learn so many moves. So just for that reason, he's like a very much an overwhelming character, unless you're just using Cat Scratch, which is viable, absolutely. But I feel like he's like the character I would have liked to see some refinement on in terms of systems. Go mimes the last move used before him. Very simple. You can probably do some really crazy stuff with him, but like, he's one of the extreme bonus additional characters, so I never really used him on my party, besides leveling him to 50 with everyone. Kind of the same with Umaro. A thing we learned about Umaro that I really love is the fact that he does that pose. And that very much is adapted into Manderville in 14, which I think is really fun. I didn't realize it went all the way back to Umaro, so that was pretty cool. Let's go back to some of the early music. But yeah. So, like, the last three here are, like, the characters I care about the least, but definitely these two are, like, the most throwaway, you know? In the entire thing. You can't even control Umaru. He's like a berserker, so he just does his thing. You can equip some accessories to him that will change how he behaves, but in general, you can't really do much with him. And Gogo just mimics the move used before him, so. You can insert other characters' special command with Gogo in the party, like when Locke is in the party, you can add Steel. Okay, that's cool, though. To be fair, I didn't... well, for me, to be fair to Gogo, I didn't really use him that much, so I didn't dive into that many ways of how he works. So there's probably a lot of stuff that I don't know about these two specifically and how they work. But in general, I think this is a great list of characters. It's a good party. It's a big party, but we got some pretty damn good characters in here. Oh yeah, we had one of the interesting things about the item system in this was the relics, where you could have two different accessories and they could like work in tandem with each other. For example, here I'm wearing two relics on Celeste when she was grinding the cursed shield that would turn into the paladin shield if I did more fights, right? I didn't do it in time for the final fight, but when she has the cursed shield, she gets every debuff in the game. So I was wearing the relics safety bit and ribbon because they remove all of the disadvantages that the cursed shield adds to me. So you can use relics in very different ways, but that was one of the key ways I was using it towards the end of the game there, to try and get the paladin shield in time. Alas, it didn't happen. We have a lot of espers or summons in this that you can use. I do like, well, I did get all of them, but they remove Odin and replace him with Raiden or Raiden. Again, not sure how you say it in these games. So you do lose Odin, so I had to master him before I lost him for a specific move. But outside of that, I think it's a pretty decent selection of characters in here. Like, a damn good lineup of espers, summons. And, yeah. The one thing I would critique this system for is actually twofold, now that I think about it. One of them is that apparently your characters don't really gain stats when you level up. Sure, you get health, I think, from leveling up, but you don't get, like, strength, stamina. You do get them from having an Esper equipped, and then that Esper gives you a certain stat, so you can focus that stat while leveling. For example, I gave Bismarck and Alexander, I think, depending on what I was doing, to lock so that he could start stacking strength. And after he got to, I think it's 121 strength, I started stacking health. And I got into like 9.5k. Because he was wielding the Ultima weapon, right? So he was doing a lot of damage. He was dual wielding with the Valiant Knife and the Ultima weapon, stacking health and strength. So he was doing a lot of damage, right? And then he had the item where he hits 4 times. And then you do that for each weapon. So he hits 8 times on attacks. He was an absolute demon. And the reason why the last fight took place over the period of 5 minutes, kind of. Like, it was... The last round of the final boss took less than 2 minutes when I played it. Like, he just wrecked the last part of the fight. It was actually absurd. But my one critique of the system, right, is that because you only get stats from leveling, you have to be using specific espers to get the stats for your characters to make them better. However, not all of these guys give stats. Some of them give +1, some of them give +2, some of them give some percentage to HP and MP. Some of these guys give nothing. And luckily, you can click on them and read that, but if you're trying to level a group of characters, and maybe you don't have enough espers to, like, put on everyone so that everyone gets stats. Like, I think that's a huge downside of this system. And it's probably, like, my biggest critique of it. I don't know why they chose to do it like that. But yeah, but they did. And for some reason, you can only summon a summon once in a fight, which is also a bit weird. Yeah, the map. We have the regular world, and then we have the world of ruin for the second half. Is a world of balance. That's the first one. I think, like, it's very interesting because the world of balance is very linear in its storytelling. Like, it's really specific on what we're doing, where we need to go, and like what's happening. And as soon as you hit the world of ruin, it's like, whoa, we just turned into an open world game for real. Like, we have an airship and we can go wherever. Like, I'm assuming you can recruit the party members in whatever order you want to. My biggest critique of the 100% guide I was following is that they told me to get the cursed shield so late. So late in the game. Which, when I'm replaying this on a console eventually, I will be doing that almost the first, like, as soon as I can. Not the first thing, you have to go to the Phoenix Cave first. But after that, I'm getting the cursed shield immediately because, yeah, that grind, it takes a while, and I started it way too late. And, like, the difference, it took me until the actual last dungeon before I realized, I mean, someone had to basically tell me straight up that the Empire disappears from the map. The Imperial capital is, like, nowhere to be seen until you go to the very last dungeon, right? I didn't realize that until the very end, which is made me feel like an absolute dumbass. But but yeah, the open world, I don't. I prefer the first half, gameplay wise, like story progression wise. But they are two very distinct parts and two very well done parts of this story. So even though I prefer the first half gameplay wise, I don't think either of them is a bad I don't think the World of Ruin is a bad experience. I think it's very good. And yeah, the final fight, I wish he had more HP. It's like my main takeaway. I wish he had more HP so that the fight lasts longer, because if you overgrind just a little bit, you will destroy the man. And as far as enemies go, we finally got to see some classic Magitech. This is also very, very 14. Seeing Magitech armor and stuff like this, because in 14, one of the main antagonist factions from the get-go is an empire called the Garlean Empire, which is fairly similar to the Gestal Empire. And the Garlean Empire is an empire of people that are unable to use magic. So they created Magitech. Mechanical creations that use magic and magic-infused abilities for them. Which is exactly what's happening here with the Magitech armor and all this stuff. So it's also very cool to see the origin of such a faction. Really enjoyed that. And here we got the Stray Cat, which is an actual like game changer if you're using Gao. If you're using Gao, go get this. Like, fight this thing, refight in the Veld. It's worth it. Our best looking behemoth so far. No contest. Actually, I really like this one. Best behemoth. The coral is looking a little different, looking a bit smaller. It's yellow now, though, so we're getting closer. Anuo, which is a DS exclusive or GBA exclusive boss fight to Final Fantasy V. So I was not expecting to see that as a common enemy popping up in 6. So that was interesting. Second appearance of Yojimbo, still just a regular enemy. That is not a dragon. I don't know why it's called a dragon. It's not. We had a Great Behemoth, which is a really cool color scheme. I really like that one. And there we have a straight up Magitech armor in green, gold, and red. Perfect. The most random boss in the entire game, you're like ascending a mountain and he's like, fight me, and then he turns into a very like Dragon Ball character, and then you beat his ass, and then no one ever mentions him again. I don't know what that was about. Oh, guys, it's me, Ultros. The real main character of this game. Please and thank you. Our main man, Ultros. Love him. So goofy. So silly. Ooh. Ooh. Everything surrounding the Phantom Train is so good. The story, the fights, the music. The Phantom Train is one of the most iconic things in all of Final Fantasy. Like, let's be real. You can suplex the goddamn train. Garlean Empire, Garland Empire. Well, there is a Garland, but not really in a leadership position. But there is a Garland. Youch, octopus soup, and I hate muscle brains. Well, let's be real though, his brain is not that muscly. But the Phantom Train is one of the most iconic boss fights ever. Like, you can suplex a goddamn train. What other game lets you do that? It's become a meme. It's become legend. It's the Phantom Train. Like, what else can I say about it? The story beats with Cayenne, whose music is playing now, and the ghost of his family and all this stuff. Everything surrounding Doma with the poisoning of the water and everything is probably the most standout part of the story of this game for me. It's horrifying, but it's one of the most memorable parts of the game. I took multiple images apparently because he's traveling along. Regular Kefka before he goes haywire. Vargas is the son of Sabin's master. Right. Right, and he was jealous of Sabin because he felt like the master was favoring Sabin, and he was jealous. That's it. Yeah, you're right. Regular Kefka looks like Kefka. I don't know what else to say about that. When he came down at the end of the final boss fight, I expected him to look like this first, and then turn into the god Kefka, basically. But that didn't happen. He went straight into the god mode. I thought we would start with this and then he would form change, but no. Then we have the Baki character. Dadaluma! Yo! Like the dive, the pose with the kick is so funny. Did you practice your greetings like Kefka? Yes, welcome everybody, which is what he did. I don't know what he meant with a practice. My greeting is like, welcome everyone. Like, okay. Bet he worked real hard on that one. But yeah, they gave us a Baki character for some reason. Don't know why, but very fun. Enjoyed it. Ultros interrupting the play had me redoing this fight. So mean, so rude, but very memorable. Another cool Ifrit design, very green and purple. Very strong colors. This is apparently Shadow's theme. Like a Western thing? I don't know why that's Shadow's theme, but okay. We had Shiva. Number 24 when we were breaking into the... Oh yeah, this is all in the Imperial Research Facility, right? And then we fought this thing. This absolute horror show. Now we fought me. I'm a boss in this game. Meh. Have at thee, main characters. I will hinder you. You realize the scale of this thing? Like, look at the ladder. Look at the steps on the ladder, right? This thing is fucking huge. Then we fought Ultros again. And then we fought Typhon. Yay! With Ultros. Yay! I'm glad we finally got to meet Typhon. Hachu and Typhon. Yeah. It's I've met Typhon so many times in the Gold Saucer in 14. Won over him quite a few times too, but and in the Blue Mage stuff in 14 as well, but I didn't realize that him and Ultros were like a pair in this game, which I found really fun. So it was nice seeing the origin of Typhon. Enjoy that quite a bit. We met Air Force, yeah, which is something you ride in 14 when you're in the Gold Saucer. As a click and shoot minigame. So that was fun. Fought the Ultima weapon. So this was our first encounter with the Ultima weapon in the franchise. And it's both a creature and a sword. So that was fun. I feel like he didn't put up much of a fight, but Ultima weapon theme. He has a theme? What's the theme? FF6 Ultima weapon theme. Battle to the death. Oh, it's this. I would call this the Warring Triad theme. Unless I'm mistaken. Oh no, I think I'm confusing it with what's the name of the... Shit, what's the Warring Triad theme? Isn't it this? It is Battle to the Death, yeah. So, okay, so it's used for both. It's the same, yeah, okay. But yeah, it's a great piece of music. one I was very familiar with going into this. I've heard it quite a few times. I have a mount in 14 that plays this whenever you ride it. And then Humbaba came back from one of the earlier games, and he was terrorizing a little town. What a goofy boy, skipping leg day. The Behemoth King, still looking cool. The Behemoth King, one of these is undead. I don't remember which. It is one of them. I think it's this one that's undead and this one is living. Could be the opposite. I don't remember. Who is she? Shadarnook, which has another form where she turns into the actual thing possessing the painting. Valigarmonda. So like the thing that starts the entire game. Very cool. There it is. The Yeti doing the Manderville. Really enjoy that. Oh yeah, the 3 creepy dream creatures. Kurlax, Laragorn, and Mobius. I don't really have much to say about these 3 besides they're cowards and they were a cakewalk. And then we fought Death Gaze after a lot of grinding and absolutely destroyed the poor guy. Holy shit, he folded like paper. All the different dragons, the red dragon, the blue dragon, the not a dragon, the ice dragon, the storm dragon, and not a dragon, and the skull dragon, and holy dragon. It's a lot of dragons. I don't know why Earth Dragon is a T-Rex or why Gold Dragon is a Brontosaurus. No idea. But they are. And not dragons. And when you did that, you got a like the final Esper, which is really cool. Defeating all 8. You fought a second Ultima. Ultima Buster, which I feel like was absolutely demolished. Now for Guardian. And we demolished him as well. Like, I overleveled Locke so much that anything that came up against him melted. Like, nothing became an obstacle when Locke was in the party because he one-shot most things. So I feel like, were I to replay this, like, on stream, I would probably not go down the route I did with the way I built Locke. I would do it differently. Then we have Fiend. And for this, I feel like we... Like, for this to be right, we gotta play the actual songs, right? Let me see here. Where is he? Where are the songs? Sephiroth, Sophia, and Zervan. So after that song, there is a face change. And then he starts playing this, which is the Fiend theme, who's named Sephiroth. Let's see if the stream crashes again like it did last time I played this. So yeah, the first phase you fight against this guy in 14, he plays Battle to the Death, which is the theme we heard before. And then there's a phase change, and then he plays this song. What's her song then? And then you fight Sophia, goddess. And her theme sounds like this. In 14. And the one thing I would say about these three when I fought them is that Locke kind of ruined the experience for, like, fighting all these three because he decimated everyone. Like, I'm kind of frustrated that I leveled Locke like that because nothing was a challenge at the end of the game. But that's not the game's fault. That's a me problem. I didn't have to do it, you know? And what's the final song then for Zervan? He has 2 songs. Okay, I didn't know that. Have I heard them? First one is called Penultimania. Sounds like this. This might be the beginning of the encounter. I don't remember this song. Okay. And then apparently there's a song called Infinity. I don't see it though. Infinity. Where is it? Here it is. I do remember this, yeah. This is the one I remember. I think this is what the mount plays, I think. And then, after we fight the Warring Triad, the Fiend, Goddess, and Demon, we go on to climb, and we fight a bunch of statues of the gods. Like a bunch of them. And from the final 2, you can steal a Ragnarok and an Ultima weapon, which is kind of sick. So, I did that now that we replayed it on stream. So that was fun. And then finally, you fight the big man himself. Cookie Man. Who for some reason is pitching a tent. Right here. I don't know why it's posed like that. But it sure as shit looks like that's what's happening. Sorry about that. But I've seen it, now you have to as well. So, with that, I don't think I have that much left to say. Besides, is Final Fantasy VI better or worse than 5? I think it's slightly better. Very, very slightly. Even though I vastly prefer the job system and party management in 5, the story and characters of 6 is so strong. It's so good. And like, of course I'm biased because I used to, when I was a kid, I went over to one of my friend's place, to my friend's place, and we played Final Fantasy VI quite a lot. But what I've realized now after playing this is that We definitely were only in the world of Ruin when I was playing with him, because we always had Shadow in the party. And I don't think we had every other character. We had Shadow and a few more. So it was really special going through 6 as an adult and like finally seeing everything and understanding everything. And like I saw the anniversary stream Jesse Cox did a few years ago. I say a few years, it's like 13 years ago. But I did watch that, and a lot of the memories of that stream and my childhood memories of these games kind of like mushed together. So I was having a bit of a difficult time trying to figure out what I remember from when and where. But yeah, that was a big part of the experience for me with 6. And in general, I would say that 5 and 6 are incredible video games. And I'm very excited to see where all this stacks up with the remaining video games. Because as you can see, there's quite a few of them. We have a long ways to go. And I know earlier I've said that I wouldn't play Dirge of Cerberus, but I heard there might be a way to get mouse and keyboard supports for it, so I might actually play it. But yeah. That's gonna on the Chocobo rap, or no rap, the techno, the Chocobo, as the song is named. So on that note, YouTube, for the YouTube video, this is a 2-hour long video. Thank you so much for watching even a minute of this. Appreciate it. If you want to see me playing through any of these games, there is a playlist in the description below where I play through the entire Final Fantasy franchise. If you want to join for the games in the future that we'll be playing, subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow on Twitch. And you too can tag along on this crazy journey that we still have ahead of us. And this is the order, by the way, that we'll be doing all this. I even have Revelation added on here. Why not? And Evercold. They're not even out yet. But I'm prepared. We will be doing the MMOs as well. I'm probably not going to finish 11. I'm going to give it at least one stream. And then I'll leave it up to the people watching to decide if we move on or do more 11. It might be something I do like off stream in my own time after that. But the first impressions will be on stream. But yeah, on that note, YouTube, video viewers, or live stream viewers as well. That's going to be it for tonight, everybody. I'm going to leave you there. So, thank you all so much for watching. I will be back Monday next week. So I'm taking a week's break. I'll be back Monday next week. July 20th. With Chrono Trigger. Which will be our bonus game before starting Final Fantasy VII. So, until then, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you next time. Goodbye.